built the suburbs, and they never, ever let go. Today they are the CEOs, the politicians, the landlords, the gatekeepers of wealth and power. And yet, one thing is sadly uniting people. Everybody blames the boomers. And this isn't just another one of those classic generational squabbles. It's unlike anything we've ever seen before. It's resentment at an entire generation that seems to embody the contradictions of modern life. Preaching hard work while reaping the rewards of luck, demanding respect while refusing to pass the torch, claiming to have saved the world while leaving behind the bill. History has never seen it quite like this before. So far, this has been history. We will make a better world for our children. We will make a better world for our children. F*** you, entitled brats. Kids, not happening. So why does the world look at boomers and see the villains of the story? Why did the generation that grew up singing about revolution become the symbol for universal disdain? Why are boomers viewed as such a giant diarrhea stain on the underwear of American history? Why does everybody blame the boomers? It's clear that baby boomers still hold the keys to the kingdom. They are the wealthiest generation in human history. They own more real estate than any generation before them or after them. They fill the highest seats of government, lead Fortune 500 companies, run universities, and sit on the boards that decide what gets built, what gets funded, and what gets shut down. In politics, culture, and economics, the shadow of the boomers is everywhere. Sometimes I ask people the question, if you could have been born in any year, what year would it be? Most of the time, nearly every answer people give is wanting to be born somewhere between the 1940s to 1950s. This, coincidentally, is when the boomers were born, between the years 1946 to 1964. Boomers rose during a time of unprecedented economic expansion. Wages climbed steadily, tuition was dirt cheap, housing costs were low, unions were beneficial, pensions existed, and the middle class was expanding. For the average boomer, adulthood began with opportunity as the baseline. They were born into this era where right after your high school graduation, you could walk into the career factory, give the manager a firm handshake with eye contact, and tell him you want a job. With that, you would be able to single-handedly support your stay-at-home wife and 2.5 kids. Hard work mattered, but it was amplified by a backdrop of prosperity that made upward mobility feel like gravity. Fast forward to today. This is not the workforce millennials and Gen Z entered into. They inherit a landscape defined by stagnant wages, unaffordable housing, and the slow-motion collapse of job security. The idea of purchasing a home is now a punchline. The American dream that was once considered standard now reads like satire. And yet the generation who grew up in abundance is often the one telling the younger ones to just work harder, stop wasting money on coffee, or pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It's advice that would be valid, if it weren't coming from the people who already climbed the ladder only to pull it up behind them. In the 2010s, these kind of complaints from younger people were not seen as credible, as they would come from the younger people who had a greater victim complex. These were people who went to college for non-lucrative majors with no career potential. These were people who wasted all their money on temporary experiences. These were people who blamed anyone besides themselves for what their lives were becoming. These were people who blamed the boomer. The 2020s saw a stark shift. Gen Z was becoming countercultural to this unsustainable mentality. A lot of Gen Z went to college to study STEM. They worked multiple jobs, and they had aspirations of building their futures and starting their families, just to face a brutal job market and to get priced out of homes. They followed the advice the boomers preached for years, and it led nowhere. Gen Z felt cheated by the boomers. Gen Z felt the boomers stole their futures from them. Be born in 1949. Don't have to fight in a war. Be 20 years old in time for the summer of '69. Pick up some ridiculous 11 out of 10 who's hitchhiking to Woodstock in my Plymouth Roadrunner I bought after working a summer job for a month. She's immediately into me because she's from a small town and I'm the only man in her life who's not her father or brother. Bring her home and marry her. Go to get a job, hired off the street with no experience, and get trained. Buy 10 acres of land for less than what I make in a year. Rent out out my land for decades, retire and sit around the house all day looking at my collection of boats and cars I never use. Kids today just don't understand hard work and pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. It's about the symbolism of watching an entire generation aggressively hold on to power. It's watching politicians who are decades past retirement age still shape the laws that will affect people not yet old enough to vote. It's watching wealth concentrate into the hands of those who benefited from the system when it worked, even as the system itself crumbles for everyone else. These are not personal attacks against individuals the younger generations know in real life. When younger generations look at boomers, they don't see their parents or grandparents. They see gatekeepers. They see landlords. They see the people cashing pension checks while telling them to get a third job. They see the keepers of a golden age that will never come again. And beneath all of it, they feel the sting of betrayal, the knowledge that one generation feasted at a table of prosperity and then slammed the door before anyone else could sit down. So what can we do? What should we be doing with all our money in the modern era? When I was a teenager, I took this financial literacy course led by Dave Ramsey, and it was very insightful. Well, very insightful for a teenager. Dave Ramsey is the archetype for boomer economic hypocrisy. He preaches the gospel of fiscal discipline like a televangelist of spreadsheets. Don't buy a house you can't afford. Don't have a credit card. Live below your means. On the surface, this is all responsible and virtuous. After all, it's advice that worked perfectly for boomers. For them, this was a practical playbook. Houses were affordable, wages were rising, pensions existed, and compound interest was on your side. Follow Dave's advice in 1985, and congratulations, you are living the dream. Try the same playbook today. You follow the rules. You scrape together a down payment while working 2 jobs, max out a 401k, eat ramen for dinner, and still can't buy a house because prices have doubled.
Eat ramen for dinner. Don't do that, by the way, and I'll tell you why. I ate ramen for dinner. I thought that I would live in apartments till I struck it big, doing whatever it was going to be doing that I was doing with my life, right? What everybody else does, essentially. Don't pay for apartments. Don't buy coffee. Don't get addicted to cigarettes or dope. Because the money that it costs just cripples you. And then on top of it, I'm here to tell you why. I forgot what we were talking about here.
Rent ramen for dinner, and
don't eat ramen for dinner thinking that you can cut your money costs that way. For me, I was like, oh, I can buy a loaf of bread, a jar of mayo, and some ramen, and I can take the ramen and put it inside the mayo and bread and make a ramen sandwich when I'm truly poor because I spent my money on cigarettes, dope, alcohol, and rent. And you think that you can just eat poor, right? I think Asia thinks this. You can't. You will get what I got, which is celiac disease. It's an intolerance to gluten. And then you break out in hives whenever you eat bread because you had too much bread. All that pasta, all that ramen is made from wheat. If you eat too much wheat, you will become allergic to wheat. It happened to me, and then it'll happen to you. You think I'm kidding? No, that's how celiac starts. It's an autoimmune disease that you can get fairly easily if you fucking eat ramen for years and years and years and years, which is what I did. And it did make me sick, and it brought me down, and there was times when I was like throwing up my own bile, like drowning in my own bile and stuff like this, because I had so much, GERD and so much acid reflux. I was drowning in my own bile. And like that's the stuff that having celiac disease will do to you if you eat too much ramen. Don't do as I did, the MMO player, figuring I would just play WoW, pay rent by just scraping by and hustling and stuff and living off ramen. You can't do that. That'll fucking kill you. I'm here to tell you it damn near did kill me. I had to get an adult circumcision because it was like I blew up so big, like all that ramen and sandwiches and shit like that. It's just, it fucking kills you. It kills you. And lately, I mean, I would still probably be doing that because it's not like the money situation changed. I still probably would be doing that, except I somehow managed to move out to the West Coast where the Trader Joe's sells me balanced meals at $4 to $7 a pop. So then I just go do that, and I try to budget my meals. But occasionally my family like buys dinner or makes dinner. You know, not occasionally, but like, you know, often my family will eat dinner, and it's like kind of like a family unit trying to get by. And I thought that I would just shoulder the cost. I didn't know that it was shouldering the cost of not paying for food by with your body. But yeah, your body pays the cost. If you think that you're gonna eat cheap forever and live like a video gamer lifestyle and pay rent or live on daddy's dime or whatever, it's not really that feasible, and it will come back and it'll bite you somehow you can't see. It's the troubles that travels in threes. I wrote a song about it. It's the thing that you can't see. I couldn't see. I thought, oh, I'll eat ramen and sandwiches and succotash is what I used to buy. I used to buy, to get vegetables, I would buy succotash and mix it in with the, you know, frozen vegetables and stuff, and mix it in with the ramen so I could get something other than just ramen, you know, like vegetables in it maybe. And then I would get like, I'd buy like dollar sausage McMuffins from 7-Eleven to get protein and shit like that. Or I would buy rashers of bacon and just, you know, and fry them on a George Foreman grill and use bacon for sandwiches, like mayonnaise sandwiches essentially, on Wonder Bread or white bread, depending on whatever you can get your hands on. I thought I would do this for 15 years or whatever, and no. It comes back and it fucking kills you. Trust me. If you think you're not gonna, like, your parents raised you a certain way with like protein and vegetables and, you know, potatoes and balanced meals and stuff like this. If you don't do that, you won't die, but you will experience problems that will take up all your time and or destroy your health, as I did. And end up having to get stuff like adult circumcisions or blow up to 400 pounds or deal with drug addictions or get celiac disease, all that stuff, like be a drug addict, all that stuff. It's just not good. So it's like that thing about, you know, all things in moderation, that was the best lesson I was taught. And it is the one that I adhere to now. And I do fairly well with it. I lost weight. I have celiac disease, but I don't eat like wheat. I do, but not very much. You know, it ends up in my diet from time to time. I'll eat pasta from time to time, or stuff like gnocchi. Preferably, that's potato gnocchi if I'm doing that. Or if I'm eating cereal, it's like Chex cereal, which is a rice cereal. Rice won't kill me. And I learned, I thought that just bread and ramen was gonna feed me forever, and no, and it made me fat, unhappy, broke, and it gave me celiac disease. It really was something that I used my body to pay. I used my body to pay the food cost, as opposed to just going to the grocery store and balancing a meal. And you might think it's too expensive to go to the store and buy meat and vegetables and potatoes and balance a meal, but I mean, how expensive is your health or your body? Can you get those back? And no, I couldn't. I can't ever not be, you know, I can't ever not have celiac disease. That's not going to ever go away. It's an autoimmune disease that's going to go away. I had a predilection for it anyways. But I mean, eating ramen for 10 years did not help to the point where it did evaporate and damn near kill me. And so that stuff about you think you're going to eat ramen your whole life because your parents stole all the money. No, we actually need to probably solve the problem that the boomers had all the money. We actually need income. You know, like Bernie talks about all the time, we need income equality. And like, you know, like the realities that the boomers thought that they somehow made a possibility. Like because they were born on the run, like Bruce Springsteen or whatever, that they would just be okay having their kids live like that, or that it's normal to live like that. And I can't believe hearing him talk about the realities that boomers think are real and what they expect us to do. It's just crazy. Now, I went and did a lot of this. I went and became a lead singer. Now, I wasn't successful, but I did it. I was a lead singer for 8 years. I've been a streamer for 4 years, a successful one. I do get paid thousands of dollars to do that. You know, I would say that's successful by my book. If you're making money at art, you are successful. You're successful, more successful than most artists. And I am. I'm making money from you wonderful community. I do. I make money doing this. And I love you guys because it's like that's my dream. I want to make video games doing what I love. For them, they were like, "Oh, I'll be an executive, and that's what I love, or whatever." And I'll have 5 houses and 3 cars, or whatever. Or sorry, 3 houses and 5 cars. And like, you know, and that was the baby boomer dream. But they didn't really think about how much money and footprint that actually is. My mother, in her lifetime, she owned 6 or 7 houses, all of them, you know, 6 figures. She worked hard. She was an executive, and she worked hard. She made that money. I don't begrudge her that. I don't say she shouldn't have made it. I think she should have. But when I think of how much money that means to a starving... It's a bad comparison, so whataboutism, but it's like that much money to a starving village in Africa is insane for one person with one footprint. And that was why I struggled with what I call, and I mean, this is what everybody calls it, it's a fear of success. I had that sweet fear of success where I watched my mother's business crumble in a recession. I watched her marriage crumble after the business crumbled. I watched her sanity crumble after she lost her business and her husband's. And when she lost her money, she really lost it, and she ended up, like, you know, struggling to get by. And I watched her build a successful cattery for Scottish foals, and she was selling them for like $10,000 a pop, but she was using that money to fuel her lifestyle. You know, her lifestyle was not rip and run. It was like expensive. It was like live in a mansion, fill the mansion with nice things. And she still has that despite not having the income. And I think about it as entitlement all the time, but it's just that success of being at the right place at the right time. Her generation was allowed to be at the right place at the right time. We're not allowed to do that.
Still,
a good example would be if you become famous, lots of people send you death threats, lots of people swat you, lots of people chase you around, they get jealous, they learn your kids' names. One of the things, I would say the creepiest thing that I would say, I'm not creepiest at all, but okay, I would say my mother does one creepy thing that I think is kind of creepy, is she knows the names of all the celebrities' kids. And she doesn't think this is weird. She knows the names of all the Olympic skaters. She knows the names of all the successful business people. She knows the names of all the successful companies and stuff. And that's okay, but it's like weird. It's sort of weird. Like, yeah, while my dream was like everyone will live in the sky and we'll be able to fly around with Super Mario capes and stuff, and it won't be, you know, it'll be all in my lifetime or whatever. Their dream is I'm going to have 5 houses and 3 cars.
Can't buy a house because prices have doubled.
You know, a normal car, a soccer mom car because they have 4 kids, or at least 1 kid, if not 4 kids and stuff. Some of them have 16 kids. And they don't think about how it's $2 million somehow. I don't know how they do it. Those kids, I don't know how they do it. They all probably raise themselves, essentially. But they think it's okay sometimes to have 16 kids. Baby boomers, they sometimes have 16 kids. Like Elon has 16 kids. That's an excellent example of it. Sure, he has money, but I mean, does he have the time as a fucking father to be there for 16 fucking kids? I'm not shaming him. It's his fucking business. It's his family life. He could do as he pleases. It's a free country and a free world, or at least I would want it that way. I'm not shaming him for this. I'm saying he couldn't possibly, well, he did have the money to pay other people to raise his kids, but he doesn't have the time to be a good father to 16 kids, and we know that he isn't. Now, I had this issue with my mother, and I have mommy issues with this, where for a period there, for about 12 years of my life, my mother was an executive and just did not have time for me. That was okay, but I patterned on my mother and on my father. I didn't really like my father. So when she was just gone for 13 years, I was stuck with my father. I didn't like my father, you know, and that wasn't really too fun. Now, if I would ever say this to her, she'd probably never speak to me again, and she'd freak out about the guilt and all this stuff. I don't tell her this stuff because it's unnecessary to make her feel guilt or fear. And she raised me well, and she, well, not well, but yeah, she raised me well, but I didn't raise myself well. I was problematic, but she was not, and she raised me well, and no shame to her. She was a good mother. She still is a really good mother. I really believe that. Other people, I could tell, were jealous of my mother and how much attention she paid to my life, my lifestyle, what I need. All the time she's like, you need something from the store, all that. She's a good mother. She really, really genuinely is. I think all the people I know are jealous of her. But there was times when she just wasn't there, and that's okay. I don't blame her, and she would think that I was. But I'm not blaming her. I'm saying there's no way to be an executive at the same time. This is that thing about baby boomers. There's no way to be an executive for 13 years and still raise your kid perfectly the way you have this image in your head of raising your kid perfectly. Is this her fault? No. That is the society that we built. Those were the societal pressures she was under. She wanted the big bucks. That's what her family and her kids needed to be. I was expected to be a certain way that I didn't want to be. I always thought of myself as lower class because I believe this thing that the Christians are supposed to believe, which is that if you want to get into heaven, you know, it's easier to put a camel through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven and shit like this. That's my mother's worst nightmare, believing that. I can tell you, her worst nightmare is essentially coming down with a mental disease of thinking that money might be evil. That's her worst nightmare. I guarantee it. So, like, you know, she thinks my attitude towards money is her worst nightmare, and I think it is, kind of. She's like, well, you know, she's like, I always take care of you so you don't value money, but it's like, no, I just don't care to have more money than I need. It's a simple thing. I don't care to have more money than I need. You guys do. You think you need to do well, like Jay Leno, buy 15 cars and have 2 houses and mansions and stuff. You always pushed, and they judged us when we weren't like them. They judged us when we were just happy falling in love with somebody who had a bus pass. They didn't like that we were drug addicts, and they threw us in prison with the prison industrial complex and stuff, and I can lay this all at their feet. But remember, one of the better lessons that they themselves taught us is playing the blame game doesn't solve anything. I can lay the blame at the fucking feet of the fucking boomers all day long and get homicidally fucking angry towards them. I can do that, you know? It doesn't serve them and it doesn't serve me. That's the real problem with waking up. You know, I'm real woke, and she doesn't like woke. She's like, you're too woke. All the time she tells me, she's like, you're too woke. And I'm like, what are you, a Republican? And that insults her, and it insults me when she's like, you're too woke. And I'm like, why? Because I'm pro-gay rights? Or whatever, I'm too woke, or I'm pro-trans, I'm woke. I don't think that's what woke means to me. Woke means to me is what I tell anybody who cares to ask, which is that you woke up one day and you realized that the government and the baby boomers and all the people in the superior position don't really care if you live or die. They don't care if you starve on the fucking streets or the prison industrial complex harms you or you attend 35 court dates in 2 years or they threaten you with 10 years mandatory minimum sentencing or they break your ribs and throw you in the back of a paddy wagon. You must have all done that to that all must have happened to you because of you. That's all stuff that happened to you because of you. You did that to yourself. I got that from her the other day. She was like, no, you need to blame yourself. You did that all to yourself. You chose to do drugs. She gave that argument to me, and I was like, oh, it's my fault that you guys made the prison industrial complex, and that's going to be the eternal struggle between them and us. We see the prison industrial complex and the poverty industrial complex and the poverty dash and the fucking, not the poverty dash, but the rich, the bougie dash, where they all try to steal everybody else's money and all this other shit. And the only thing they respect, the money is their god. The only thing they respect now is money. That's the only thing that they care about. That's the only thing these kids care about too. It's insane. They're like, oh, you're a brokey. You're a brokey. If you're a broke boy, say so and shit like this. Why? You have money? You won't have money long with that fucking attitude. Like, silly goose in this economy? No. How many cars and houses do you own or whatever? It's insane. And it is a silly goose in this economy. It's insane. like Philip DeFranco talks about it all the time. This, oh, you, a silly goose in this economy, you plan to buy a new car, do you? Where the fuck are you gonna get the $60,000 it's gonna take to buy a new car? Are you gonna rob a fucking bank at goddamn gunpoint? You're sure as not, your boomer ass is definitely not winning the fucking lottery or whatever to do that. It's like lottery, more like Jack Squattery. Like I heard a really good lottery joke the other day. About why lottery was so bad. It's like you can plan on zero or whatever. It's or what that funny lottery joke I heard. I wish I memorized it or wrote it down. The lottery is not going to pay for that lifestyle that you don't have. I don't yearn for it. I don't resent other people for having more money than me. I do dislike richers because I feel like they fiscally conserve money like the Republican Party all the time, when it would be better if the fucking kids could eat and there was money in the streets and we were all spending it. It would be better. When I get money, I blow it immediately down to about the 20% I need to function on fucking life support, and then I try and boil it all back up again and make more. You guys think about how you need 3 cars and 5 houses or so, or vice versa. It's just insane. It's just like that. That's not really what you do with money. That's not how you spend money. And then you promote like this reality, and you complain about how home ec didn't teach us how to balance money in the modern age or whatever. And yes, you're right. But I mean, we never had any money in the first fucking place. I look at the money my mother spends every year, and I'm like, man, that must be nice. I think that's something like 10 to 20 years of income for me. Man, with that kind of money, I could have paid rent, you know?
Rents are insane, student loan debt is crushing, and interest rates are spiking. You are pursuing a dream that does not exist. You've been hustled by a system designed to make your sacrifice irrelevant. Dave Ramsey is repackaging a boomer-era cheat code and selling it as universal morality. It's like telling someone to build a snowman in the Sahara.
Yeah, they're like acting like not having money is like makes you an asshole. You know, I heard a funny quote from Frank Zappa. He wrote a song called Having a Broken Heart. Only Assholes Have Broken Hearts. And I thought that was such a good name for a song. Only assholes have broken hearts, and that is how I feel about love music sometimes. It's good, but I struggle with it a lot of the time because I'm like, only assholes have broken hearts, though. You know, and I didn't know how to say that till Frank Zappa told me. And so now, like, there's this, if you think about it, there's like a Valentine's Day, there's like a fucking, like, a monetization of love, there's like gods and goddesses that represent it, there's days that we dedicate to it, we push it, we say that you're not healthy if you don't have it. But I think if you look at humans in olden times, you'll find like a dude and his wife and his kids out on a fucking, like, you know, out in a log cabin somewhere far away from other people. And if they have to farm to get by and go to town to meet other people, they do that. But this thing about love and having love all the time, or being having an apartment or a home all the time, or not traveling all the time, or not being a nomad. I have some nomad friends, and I honor the way that they live. I have some nomad friends that may as well declare themselves gypsies. They help clean my house and shit like this, because it's like they're looking for cash money. We have it. You know, we have it because we live like an actual like foundation lifestyle with income and stuff, so we can trade them income for labor, but they want to maintain their nomad lifestyle, and we want to get help with the lifestyle that we built. So we have a good exchange there, and we pay them, you know, $25 an hour to come in for 2 hours and clean my place every 2 weeks. You know, that's not that much money. That's $50 every 2 weeks, right? Shit, maybe I won't buy Halo or whatever. Maybe I won't buy, what am I excited for right now? Maybe I won't buy Grand Theft Auto 6 Extreme Edition, the Extreme Naked Edition. I'll buy just the standard edition, right? Save $50 and then my house is clean for 2 solid weeks. You know, it's nice. It's like I have a nice clean house, and I think about that money. I'm like, it means the world to my friends who are nomads, essentially. And so we do that. We do that all the time, and we have lots of arrangements with people like that around us, like that, who help us with our needs that we can't meet after my stepfather died. That's a real community. That's how it's built. It's not this shit about a house in the hills, your bougie fucking roadster SVU or whatever it is, or the fucking G-Wagon, or that bougie lifestyle that they all venerate and shit. My mother has it infected in her fucking head, and she shames me all the time that I never made it, and she's not fucking aware of it. It's just in the tone of her voice, or that I don't have a wife or kids or money and shit like this. And she's jaded, and she's like irked by it, and she's annoyed. And you can tell she's got baby fever, and she wants babies in her life. She wants to raise grandkids and stuff. And I'm like, well, yeah, but that reality, it's manufactured in your fucking head. I can do whatever the fuck I want to do with my life. Some people are soldiers, some people are tailors, some people are tinkers, some people are spies, some people are politicians, some people are gamers, some people are chess players, some people are sex addicts, some people are drug addicts, some people are, you know, this and that. It doesn't matter. Some people are a mix of all of it. It's kind of insane. I have a mix of almost all that shit, crazy shit. Some people are gay, some people are straight. It doesn't matter. Everybody does different things. So this weird shame thing about not having money or having a lifestyle around playing video games or shit like that, sooner or later I was like, well, your generation's fucking worthless. You want to see real judgment? The stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. And like, you want to see some real, you know, Sublime taught me young about that, you know, and I've got some real judgment. Anybody who judges you for being poor or not being successful and shit, you know, like that whole thing about camel passing through the eye of the needle, a rich man going to heaven and shit like this. Nah, you're the one going to hell, you know. I'm sure I'm going to hell. I've done some naughty things. But like you guys, your judgment, playing God, and your judgment about us not having money or us not having jobs or not having aspirations and shit like that, that's okay. There's 8 billion fucking human beings on the planet. I don't need all 8 billion of them to have a Kobe Bryant dream. I really don't. I need normal people too. And there was a big class difference right in my own household. I'm about to go deal with it in about an hour here. There is a huge class difference between my mother, who did make it to 8 figures in her life, and me, who never even made it to 4 figures or whatever. 5 figure? Yeah, maybe 5 figures. I didn't make it to 6.
Era, and then blaming them.
That's a lot of zeros, you know? A lot of zeros that could go to feed starving villages in Africa and vegan communes like where I come from, you know? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. My friends used to talk about it in hushed circles in our basement and our fucking vegan communist stuff. Our parents have a lot of money. They spend it with careless abandon, assuming eternal supply. And our parents have 2 houses and 3 cars, and we don't want cars killing it. We don't want the Carmageddon and shit like this. Hushed voices and shit. We love you in the vegan commune. You're my real family now. You love me and you care if I live or die. My parents don't care about that. They care about money. They go to work every day like a slave for money, so they can go home to their middle-class lifestyle in their nice houses and stuff, ticky-tacky houses. And like, you know, sure, that was the American dream for you guys in the 50s. But remember, 75 fucking years have passed. We have the internet. We have 8 billion people. We've got your whatever it is. It's just fucking crazy. We got too many people. We cannot all be the Godfather. We can't all be Kobe Bryant. We can't all be these things that you venerate. We just can't be fucking Steven Spielberg. We can't all be that. There is some normal people on the planet like me who are just happy to have a swing at a small bit of making some art in their fucking drug-addled, fucking poverty-stricken, prison, fucking rife, you know, fucking like lifestyle, and look at suffering as a reality of poverty all of their fucking lives. Now look at this. When I bombed out of this thing, it brought me back in the casino instantly. Look at this. It brought me back in the casino. I'm gonna AFK in the casino all the time, and I'm just gonna make money. Now, you know, Am I lazy? Yeah, but I've worked tens of thousands of hours in my life. In the last 4 years, I've published 13,000 hours of my life. If you really want to get down to it, I don't think my mother's worked, or no, she worked, but I mean, like for a paycheck, no, I'm not sure she worked 13,000 hours in her lifetime. I think she worked 9 to 5, which if you do the math on that, that's 160 hours, you know, a month. About, you know, it's not that much. It's you know, it's not that much compared to what people my age did. It's not that much. It's insane. I remember days when I got pulled over and I had been up for 6 days fucking straight, working 18 to 24 hour shifts and stuff, driving out to the airport, dealing dope and shit like this, and I got busted, pulled over because I was swerving and tired. And I got pulled over and shit, and he was like, why did you let me pull you over? He was like, why are you being pulled over? And I was like, well, I'm probably swerving and stuff. And he was like, yeah, you're speeding and you're swerving. And I was like, I'm sorry. He was like, you're an Uber driver? And I was like, yeah, but I'm off shift, which is why I'm probably swerving. I would never do that with a customer. And he believed me. He was like, you're tired, aren't you? And I was like, yes. And he was like, you work too much, don't you? And I was like, yes. And he was like, can I search your car? I was like, sure, go ahead. I got nothing in there. I wouldn't do that to my people that I drive around in my Uber car. I don't have any drugs in my car, and it turned out my ex-girlfriend's drugs was in that car. So then I went to jail, I lost my job, I lost my car. I went back to work, but then my car was pulled, was towed by baby boomers who like to tow cars and charge parking fees and shit like this to fund their lifestyles. And I lost my job, and then I was on the streets for 5 years. And sure, all of that stuff's my fault, somehow, in the baby boomer's mind. But try playing the victim there that many times with that many problems, with things that you can't control, that you didn't cause, that you didn't go looking for. It just happens to you. Had my car stolen at night point by a complete rando. Did I go in? Sure, she blamed me for that too. My parents blame me for that too. Even though I got the car back, and the only person who lost anything was me. I lost my paycheck and my life and my job and shit. I lost everything when that happened. As usual, I lost everything. I don't pass go. I don't collect $200. I just lose my home and I go back to the streets or whatever. But it was my fault that some rando stole my car at night point because I put myself around people like that, apparently. It's my fault somehow. And I began to realize that they raised me playing the blame game. So they raised me with this ethos to not play the blame game. It's not constructive, right? But that's all they fucking do. That's all they do. They blame trans for being trans. They blame Republicans for being fucking grifters. They blame Democrats for being asleep at the switch and losing all the time. They blame the country for going to war all the time. They blame. And I do it too. I do it all the time. Like, it's, I play the blame game and I try not to. I try to bust myself out of that fucking rut. But I mean, like, overall, the blame game doesn't really serve us now, does it? Sure, I was this fucking recidivist fucking drug addict all of my goddamn life, in and out of fucking prison since I was 17. Sure, my fault. But really, if the baby boomers hadn't made the drugs illegal, if the baby boomers hadn't made the prison industrial complex, if the baby boomers hadn't made the military industrial complex and spent all their money on guns, bombs, and drones to blow up your mother's house, if they hadn't fucking condemned us to fucking, years and years in Afghanistan, years and years in fucking Vietnam, years and years in fucking, fucking Kosovo and Gulf War and shit like this. If they hadn't condemned us to forever wars all of our lives, in my mother's life, she spent 47 years of her life in fucking foreign conflicts. Her country was in foreign conflicts for 47 years of her fucking life. And sure, she's not the people pushing the fucking trigger buttons on all that shit. She's not the problem up there at the top like Joe Biden and Donald Trump, so we can't blame her for that. But I mean, she did live 47 fucking years of her life in conflicts and foreign wars with people because they spend more money on military industrial complex than they do on their own kids. And they venerate people like Marlon Brando with Rebel Without a Cause, and they teach us to venerate people like Marlon Brando and Rebel Without a Cause and River Phoenix and motherfucking, fucking Leo DiCaprio and Shit like this, and they tell us to venerate these playboy fly-by-nights who get drunk and get wasted and fuck women all the time, as if that lifestyle isn't really probably bad for you. It might lead to STDs, alcoholism, drugism, fucking druggyism, addicts, being an addict, being a drug addict and shit. And then guess where that leads? That leads to recidivism. If you're a drunk addict and you fuck up all the time, you're probably a recidivist, and they just play that blame game and they lock up their fucking kids in prisons for fucking drugs and alcohol all the fucking time, to the point where you start yelling about it like Hitler, and you start banging on a pulpit like maybe we need a revolution to thin out the fucking pigs, you know? It's fucking stupid. I hate that shit. I hate it. The suzerain is not the fucking problem. It's the fact that the people with the money and the power shamed everybody who didn't have money and power for everything that wasn't money and power. If we stopped doing that, we'd be okay. If we said, hey, the bag lady down the street, she's still a human being with rights and responsibilities. She's still an American. She's still a human being. Nothing changed. You treat her like garbage and shame her and fucking, you know, blame her for homelessness and all this stupid ass shit and all the problems on the streets. You blame her for that. But remember, Jesus told you that the stone that the builder refuses shall be the head cornerstone. So then that lady on the streets eventually takes over your country by causing so much homelessness problems and so much poverty that you lose your country. And the stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone, and then the poor people take back that country from you. They make it impossible for you to be rich anymore, and for hundreds of years and shit, so you don't fuck up the world with your fucking baby boomer greed or whatever the fuck shit that you do. And I'm sorry, but like, these aren't comfortable fucking topics, but that is the case, and that's why I was like, I don't trust anybody older than me. All my life, my friends knew it too. They were like, even at a young age, when I was like 12, I used to tell my friends, I was like, I don't trust anybody older than me. And they're like, I don't either. My best friends, they don't either. I don't like, trust me, I don't trust anybody older than me. I view them as basically the sheriff of Nottingham. They're fat. They've got too much. They got that fat pouch of goddamn coins on their fucking belt, and they're holding it back from everybody the fuck else. They're like the sheriff of Nottingham. They made the money that built the Disney, that showed me the film Robin Hood, so I know what the fucking sheriff of Nottingham is. And yeah, think of my goddamn parents' generation as the sheriff of Nottingham. I fucking hate them. You know, but they taught me that the only way to enlightenment is love and judgment. It's only God's place to judge people, not mine. And judge not lest ye be judged. Do unto others, right? Except for Mexicans, apparently. Do unto others except your closest neighbors. You know, love thy neighbors except that they're Mexican. And all this stupid ass shit that baby boomers do that I really can't fucking stand them for. And all the time, the resentment builds, and I yell about a curse, or I yell about fucking baby boomer software developers who rape children and shit like this. And I'm sorry, it's just like, you know, at that point, it's like, nah, you told me to raise myself. Well, not raise you, but you taught me, you raised me with an ethos of love should dominate everything I do.
You know the one.
Poverty does not dictate who a person is.
I don't know who you're talking
If they have problems, it's probably because you caused them. I frankly really feel this way. If poor people have problems, if homelessness is a problem, it's because rich people made it like that. I fucking really feel this way. You know, I'm sorry, but I do. That income disparity that you talk about all the fucking time, you made it that way. You found a way to build a system based on credit so you could just steal all our fucking money all the time. And you built a world on predatory banking. And we can't forget that Bill Clinton repealed the Glass-Steagall Act, so that's why you lost your house to the mortgage, you know. Your parents lost their house to the mortgage because of the Glass-Steagall Act. It sucks. And if you want something to blame the Democrats for, there it is. It was the rich people supporting all those landlords that they sucked their dick for some reason. And then if it wasn't that, it was the Republicans repealing your fucking assault weapons ban. You blamed the liberals for taking away your guns, but nope, that was a piece of shit, rich white asshole in the Republican Party named George Bush.
and it melts. The
I'm sorry, and we hate you because we think that you're Hitler. You hate us because you think that we're gay and woke, and we try to take your guns away, and we try to kill your babies or whatever. And none of that shit is true.
financial landscape has changed.
None of that shit's true. Fuck the baby boomers. That's all of their division. That's the division bell that they rang in 1974, where they were like, "Nah, if you get an abortion, you're evil. If you do drugs, you're evil. You're gonna go to jail. We don't like you. Oh, you have a child out of wedlock, you're evil. Oh, you have a religion that isn't Christianity or whatever, you're evil. Oh, you're poor, you must be evil. Oh, you're homeless, you must be evil. Oh, you're an artist and you don't value money, you must be evil. Are you a communist? You must be evil. Foosball is the devil, you're the devil, it's all the devil. George Bush is the devil, Facebook is the devil, etc. TikTok is the fucking devil, etc. All that shit, it's insane. Not all of that stuff could possibly be evil. I think it was you telling us that it's all evil that makes it evil.
Changed, but the advice hasn't, and it's a reflection.
I don't want to cancel drug addicts. I don't want to cancel welfare queens. I don't want to cancel fucking poor people. I don't want to cancel foreigners. I don't want to be at war with foreigners all the fucking time. I don't want to steal their oil. We have enough of it. If you got up off your fucking ass and paid a decent wage, we would go drill the oil for you. If you paid us $40 a fucking hour to go drill oil in my hometown, I would absolutely go fucking do that. You don't do that. You don't pay us like that. You make us work for 10 years before you'll pay us that. You guys fucking suck dick. You're not good at running the fucking country. You're not good at running the fucking world. And we all pray for you to die of old age. And I don't pray this about my parents or my mother. I'm talking about Donald Trump and Joe Biden in the diaper Don fucking dynasty.
Of this worldview that
my
says
parents,
if you
your parents, they're not the problem here. Unless they've got 8 figures or whatever, they're not the fucking problem here. My mom, she doesn't have 8 figures. I don't know anybody with 8 figures. I don't know anybody who has a problem except the rich people driving our country into the ground, shaming us and playing the blame game with everything that we enjoy doing, from butt sex to drugs to fucking, to fucking everything that we do. They shame us for everything we do.
you fail, it's your fault. If I succeed, it's proof of my wisdom. The moralistic fight.
A bunch of racism here about shit that baby boomers believe, but it'll get me banned. I'm not gonna say it. All the things that they believe about Generation X, the shit that they believe about millennials, the shit that they believe about Gen Z.
Financial sermons that boomers love are just a way to justify the wealth they inherited or built in a system that is no longer accessible.
So yeah, I can talk about this a lot. It's like it is income disparity. The income disparity started with you when you started shaming us for being fucking poor. I don't want, or having kids, or having sex, or having butt sex, or being gay, or all that shit. It was when Pink Floyd wrote a fucking song about it. David Gilmour wrote a song about this called "The Division Bell." It rang in like 1974, and he was like, "The grass is greener on the other side where rich people live," or whatever. And it's not. It's never been. The grass is not greener down Nicki Minaj Road. It's not greener. Ask Nicki Minaj. It's not. The grass is not fucking greener down Nicki Minaj Road. She can solve problems easier than we can, but she's got more problems than we have. And so why are we venerating rich people? Why? I don't want that shit anymore. I don't want bullshit shit. Fuck the idiots who made that shit a reality. Fuck rap for making that a reality. You know what? You know how rap started? It was Grandmaster Flash and the fucking Message and Dr. Dre and NWA shit like this. It absolutely was not fucking bougie shit trying to talk about the hoes and the cars that you drive or whatever. Broke boy say so bullshit ass bullshit. For fucking drill culture. Fuck that fucking bullshit. Fuck what bad rap did to hip-hop and shit. That's not the shit I came up on at all.
Follow their rules,
I like
they say.
Nicki Minaj, but I mean, I don't think that she's pushing the same shit, not really.
And you'll succeed.
She always seemed a little bit, elevated to me. She was elevated. She was like, get up out the ghetto. Some of them are like that. She was like, get your single dollars and get the fuck out of the ghetto, girl. Like that was who she is. She's like, get yours.
Ignoring the fact that this game now has different rules. It seems boomers love morality disguised as practicality.
Yeah,
Boomers
more like they love shame disguised as judgment, essentially. They like shame. They're sadists. They want to shame you. because you didn't make enough money. They want to shame you because you're fat. They want to shame you if you didn't have kids. They want to shame you if you did, but you don't treat them well or don't have money to raise them or whatever. They want to shame you. It's like shame, shame, shame this. They shame you if you don't vote for the right president. They shame you if you do drugs. They shame you. It's just shame, shame, shame. You don't have enough money. You don't have the right job. You don't have the right car. Shame, shame, shame-based culture that I just don't want. I don't want it. You know, I think when I was a kid, I used to actually have like nervous tics because of this. I swear to God, when I was like 17, I should have been in the mirror checking to see my pimples and all this shit. But I could tell that my crew and everybody around me was so fucking sick of the aesthetic fucking revolution that had happened, where if you had good looks, you were doing well. If you didn't have good looks, you weren't, right? We got so fucking sick of this, we stopped using mirrors. I still don't really use a mirror. I don't give a fuck. Baby boomers, they need mirrors. They can't do without that mirror. They need that mirror. They need to know. You know, they stick out that hand. They wait for the handshake, but we all know it's actually a big fuck. It's like a fuck waiting to happen. I wish I could get stuck between the handshake and the fuck. That's Foo Fighters, right? That's David Grohl being like, I wish I could get stuck between the handshake and the fuck. That's David Grohl from the Foo Fighters, absolutely off color in the shape. And it's like, yeah, I wish I could get stuck between the handshake and the fuck too, right? But no, that's why Kurt Cobain is dead, is because we can't find this place between the handshake and the fuck. We just only have the handshake until the fuck, that's it. We can't find a place where we can make good art, you know? It's fucking annoying.
Make her some of that super rice.
So who else do we shame? You know what the biggest shame that we do? The biggest bullying that we do? We bully non-contenders, right? Like people that just stand on the sideline and watch, and those people, they're not inherently guilty of anything. They're just guilty of observing. You know, they're not guilty of anything. They're not the contender. They're not the non-contender, really. They're like the people standing by and watching, and we shame them the fucking worst. And I do it really, really, really shamelessly. I'm like, nah, bitch, you're not even a contender. I don't give a flying fuck what you do. I don't care what channels you open or what mockery you do. Or what trolling you do. I don't give a flying fuck about that. Because your shame-based culture can suck a fucking dick. I gave up mirrors years ago. You think a person who gave up mirrors gives a flying fuck whether you think he's fat or not? I don't give a flying fuck about that.
There's love nostalgia.
Yeah, I feel some shame in you. I feel some shame in you that you want to shame somebody like that. I feel some shame in you, shithead.
Masquerading as wisdom. Boomers love preaching the gospel of sacrifice while hoarding the rewards of a system they've rigged. Did something psychologically make them this way? The baby boomers were a generation born into a world completely transformed by technology. Their parents were strong people shaped by hard times. These were strong people who created great times. The greatest generation had endured depression and war, and when peace returned, they were eager to embrace the gadgets and conveniences of modern life. Technology in the average residential home revolutionized. For the first time in history, technology became a way of raising children. The television set became the new babysitter.
Yeah, I was raised by the television, and sooner or later, around when I was like 16, we started seeing Marilyn Manson sing like God is in the TV and stuff like that, right? And I began to realize that a whole generation of people who were older than me, the Generation X, they believed that my generation had been raised by television, and they weren't wrong. I know every television show, I know every quote, I know every movie, I don't know all of them, but I know most of them. If there's a fucking cultural reference, I will hit you with it. I've seen every South Park, I've seen every Simpsons, I've seen every Law and Order, I've seen, the shit goes on, it just goes on and on. I've seen, like, shows that I shouldn't have seen. I've seen a lot of, way more British television than I care to do. My mom taught me that. She's a television file. But, you know, but I have billions of, or whatever it is, it's thousands of hours, tens of thousands of hours of television in my head. And I don't know, I think we were kind of raised by television. Now, I try to keep it down to about like a few hours of YouTube a day. And I don't do it all the time, do I? And I don't watch cable. I've not watched cable in like 25 years or something. I'll do it when I go to dinner with my mom, because she's a cable head. And something else about them, something else about this that I like, that I think about all the time, is she goes out and shops every day. If there is an addiction that she has, is shopping, right? You can say it's something about her gender and be sexist about it, but no, it's not. It's a consumer who knows about a lot of products and uses them, right? And is proud user of a lot of products, and that's okay. There's no shame in that. But she watches too much television. She was raised by the television. She and I can't sleep without the television going. And gotta remember, in the background, every 21 minutes, every 9 of every 21 minutes is a commercial completely subliminally programming her to buy tampons, drugs, food, chocolate, wine, vacations, cars, all types of shit. And there was this point where I just left that culture and I stopped doing commercials. And when I hear a commercial come on, I turn it off. Now, I don't do that to streamers when they deliver the ad by like with their mouths. I don't cut their commercials because I feel that the least I can do is support the product that made it possible for that streamer to be there to entertain my stream. So I watch their ads and I don't skip through them because I think that's a way of supporting the people that support me, right? And it's like a weird morality thing, but I don't like ads and I do skip through sometimes. I full-blown still won't do it, especially if I don't believe in the product, right? If they're trying to sell something like a gacha game, I'll be like, no, do not buy this, do not do that, do not gamble on CSGO skins or that kind of thing. Don't do that sort of thing, right? I'll just be like, no, this product does not have support on my channel. I don't support this product. I don't want it there and shit like this. And it's insane. I had to think about that stuff as a streamer. And like, I swear to God, the real demon that's growing, I swear to God, this is the biggest demon that scares me the most. It is. I'm sure there's two. There's two demons that really scare me. There's war. But the problem is we don't do war anymore. We just send bombs and drones to blow up your mother's house. We don't do war with lines of men who shoot at each other anymore unless we're taking a capital or something like that. We send AC-130 gunships and pinpoint drone strikes. Remember those missiles we saw fall in the sky over Israel and Palestine in the summer? That's how war is conducted now, and yet we seem really gung-ho to go to war. That's the first thing that terrifies the living shit out of me, right? And it's like, no, I will not go to war for your baby boomer greed. I will not do it. I swear to God, I'll die first, right? Here's the second thing. Every 9 minutes of every 23 minutes of every fucking television half hour or whatever, every television spot, there's 9 minutes of commercials, all of them subliminal messaging, trying to convince you to buy some pharmaceutical or something like that, right? And that is a demon that is lurking in the background of America's heart, that is stabbing us in the heart, that will kill us eventually, because the programming that the baby boomers received from the commercials for nigh on 50, it's about 50 years, I'd say about 50 years. 50 years of subliminal commercial programming has turned them into hungry hippos, and they will just keep consuming and consuming and consuming like those fat people on Wall-E. Ha 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 ha. I'm the fat one. I just lost 180 pounds, but see, the difference is I didn't eat to gain that weight. I just sat around playing video games. I had a deep vein thrombosis and I couldn't move for 6 weeks, and then I just stopped moving because of COVID and shit. We were just trapped inside. I stopped moving. So I gained a lot of weight. But now I've lost it. I've lost 140 pounds and I'm proud of that. I'm down to 238 or something, 248, whatever it is, like 248, something like that. And like, and yeah, she doesn't like that I was fat. She doesn't like that my health was bad. And they have these obsessions with this. But the real problem is, in the background, they're being programmed by commercials all the time to go and spend their money on products that they don't need. Now, we have problems too, which is why I brought up drug addictions and being fat and stuff like that, where our generations weren't any better than theirs. But the problem is, like I don't think we possess anything. So we're looking at a bad thievery problem with the baby boomers. They own everything. And the reason that they own everything, is they see commercials all of their waking lives that convince them to go buy things that they don't need. So they hold these standards and these morals and these values that money is king and, you know, getting the bag is king and all these terrible things that have destroyed our culture and our country. That shit has to end.
Surrogate
I
parent
can
that
yell
spoke
down I can throw my hot dog down the hallway that is this goddamn problem. I can, but I mean, it's not going to fix it. We can raise awareness about it, but it's not going to fix the problem. We watched television for 50 years. We rode around in cars for 50 years. We caused the Carmageddon. We self-programmed ourselves to buy things all the time and blow all of our money on things that we don't need. And honestly, I just try to avoid buying things, honestly. That's what I do with my life. If I would say, do I do anything? The answer is no. I just try not to buy anything.
spoken
Because
jingle.
the way that they built the world is so consumer frenzy that literally I spend most of my time trying not to be programmed by it and not to spend all my money on things that I feel like I should buy. Like liquor, dope, cars, gasoline, food, clothes, jewelry, televisions, video games. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. What do we really need?
Chips
We need
in,
4
please.
walls, maybe a television screen, a family. I mean, do we really need it any more complicated than The Simpsons? Can we take a tour of The Simpsons house? Right, we could take a Simpsons 3D house tour, I think, yeah, right? And like, here's a Simpsons 3D house tour, and you'll begin to realize they had it different. They were doing something different. They did have simplistic lives. They were not constantly bombarded by commercials, but it just hadn't sunk in yet. It had just started at that point, so we weren't aware of the evil of it. Of 50 years of commercials completely brainwashing 5 generations of fucking idiots to go out and blow all their money on things that they don't need. But if you do the house tour of The Simpsons from the 90s, you'll begin to understand that, yeah, they bought some things, like they bought home stuff like consumer home siding and windows and mailboxes and Home Depot stuff, but they didn't really get more complicated than that. We're more complicated now. Now everybody's got like 3 tablets and 2 e-bikes and a car and a car or 2, maybe 2 jobs, maybe 2 spouses. It's just crazy. It's like everything's so complicated now. That's okay, all those things. It's just sort of weird. It's like, I think the simplicity, this is the greatest loser talk I'm ever going to engage in here, but I believe this. It's crazy. I believe that less is more. I believe that less is more. I believe it with all my heart and soul. I believe that less is more, to the point where I would get it tattooed on my arm, but I know that would probably put my mother in her grave if she saw me tattoo my arm with the statement that less is more. But when you look at the principle of, say, like, you can have all the riches in the world, right? You can have all the riches that Elon Musk has. You can have it, right? You can be Elon Musk. But if your obsession is building ships in a bottle and only building ships in a bottle, or video games and only video games, or music and only music, or drugs and only drugs, essentially, if your obsessions run about 2 or 3 deep and you're a pretty simple man, you kept it simple, like, Leonard Skinner taught you to, and you keep it simple. No, I want to bet.
Bets are closed now. Let's start, shall we?
Did we bet? I don't know. Did we bet? I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna wager. Fuck it. I'm gonna wager.
Now, time for your bets.
7, 6, 6. She caught a pair. I had queens. I beat her. 21K. Not bad. I'm up. We're gonna do this till we lose significantly.
Go again?
But I have to pee first. So while I'm gone, we're going to take a tour of the Simpsons house.
I'll need your bets
So
now,
back
please.
in the 90s, we had the tree house, we had like the yard with the dog in it and the cat in it. We maybe had a pool if we were upwardly mobile, but probably not. Maybe a rider mower. That was a King of the Hill thing that it really was kind of a status quo thing in America. We had the living room with the television and maybe some books on a bookshelf and stuff, right? Maybe some toys or something on the floor. We had 1 or 2 or 3 bedrooms,
Chips in,
depending on the
please.
wife and household and kids and stuff, or maybe just one. We don't really know. But and then we had like maybe a staircase and maybe a dining room and maybe a kitchen. And the kitchen had a microwave and a fridge in it. And this is still how a house is. But we don't really appreciate that simplicity of pre-90s living. And I think it is actually really good for you. I'm doing it right now in my house, and you can see I am a happier person. I'm doing much better. And yeah, I keep my house clean. And I don't buy a lot of things. I maybe go shopping twice a month.
Status. Just purchase a penthouse
And I only buy the things that I need.
Just like you.
Like I know that this cat will go
ready to
fucking
party.
stir crazy. So I took great pleasure in buying something today, and I don't take pleasure in buying things, but I take great pleasure in buying something like my mother does, but she gets that because she's an addict and she needs to shop because the commercials have brainwashed her for 50 years. I need to shop because I'm looking for things that might improve my life so drastically for $5 that it's like literally almost a war crime that I don't have them. And when I saw that my cat was going so stir crazy because she's stuck inside because it's too cold to be outside, that she's like harassing me to play with her with the laser and stuff and disrupting my work, I was very, very happy to go patronize Amazon and Jeff Bezos and purchase a $10 cat toy so I can play with my cat permanently and with replacement toys that can, it comes with replacement toys, so if she wrecks the toy, I can just replace and keep playing it with her. And she can't break the wire because it's a wire, and she can't break the pole because it's plexiglass. I've owned those before, and they're good toys, and I believe in them, so I was very happy to pay about 5 middlemen to go get a cat toy for $10, which is extremely overpriced. The cat toy is only worth $1.25 or something like that with the current price of materials, but I paid $10, which you remember, that's 10 times what it's worth. And I took great joy in doing so because I needed that thing. That's what's missing from the baby boomers' lives. They used to be able to go buy stuff for their kids, and it really meant something to their kids, like the Game Boys or the Super Nintendos and stuff like this. Oh my God, it's a Super Nintendo. Oh my God, it's a PlayStation. Oh my God, it's a Nintendo 64 and all that. But now they can't buy anything that anybody wants because the markets are so saturated with 50 billion middlemen, competing with each other, that they can't buy a product that they actually like, and when they do, they buy too much of it. Yeah. And like this simplism, we don't really do this that much anymore, and we kind of do need to continue doing it. It sucks, but we do.
Sitcom laughs, and news anchors' voices. It filled the silence that once might have been conversation. The automobile was a mobile cocoon where kids spent hours strapped into the back, isolated from the adults in front. Suburban appliances like washing machines, microwaves, and vacuum cleaners promised the parents efficiency and also
It's time to feed the kitty, and she wants me to know. I will be right back.
Let's see those bets now. Chips in, please. Good. Now, time for your bets. chips. I'll need your bets now, please. Chips in, please. Let's see those bets now. Well, hello. Welcome.
Okay. Alright. Gonna go back to poker now. 5,000.
Time for your chips. Great. Bets are now closed. Let's begin.
Oh, there's somebody else at the table? Oh, yeah, there is, yeah.
Good.
Nice.
Now, time for your bets.
Ace, queen, 4. 3 queen.
House
I
wins.
lost. Ace high.
You just need a break is all. Come back soon. How about another? I'll need your bets now, please. Bets are closed now. Let's start, shall we?
This guy left. Not my fault.
Let's see those bets now. Dealer wins.
Ah.
Another go there?
I want some copper AP.
Good. Now, time for your bets.
Ooh, that's a lot of it. Ooh, yeah, I'll take 240 rounds, yeah. And then make me copper shotgun AP. Very good. That'll take some time.
Great. Bets are now closed. Let's begin.
I think money and hostility are everybody's king now. That's why bullyism is so
I'll need
fucking
your
rampant.
bets now, please.
And like, I don't want hostility anymore. I don't want hostility in my life. I don't like it from my fellow nerds. I did it for 25 years. I don't want it anymore. At the age of 45, it's my midlife crisis. I don't want rough, tough, and crude, and fucking, and shitty, and mean, and
House
trolly.
wins.
I don't want that. You have won like 5 times in a row. I just don't really think that's fucking realistic for poker. How are you winning 5 times in a row?
Let's see those bets now. Bets are closed now. Let's start, shall we? Good. Now, time for your bets.
Hey, 15,000.
How about another? I'll need your bets now, please. Great. Bets are now closed. Let's begin.
Freed them from the slow rituals of family
They
life.
dress like tools and they worry about their hair. They're so fucking vain.
Let's see
They're
those
like
bets
such
now.
vain people. They worry about their bodies so much. Like I don't know. I don't know. Does it really matter that much how you look? I think being fat is something that we should avoid. But I don't care how you look. Honestly, I don't care how you
So,
look if you
what's
got a
your
good
play?
personality. I really don't. And
Boomers were raised in households where much of the emotional labor of parenting was outsourced to machines. This was not intentionally malicious. This was just a
they're just
subtle way
busy.
that majorly shaped their wiring. Previous generations had learned empathy and patience through direct interdependence, such as living in multi-generational homes, caring for siblings, or working the land. The boomers were the first to grow up mediated by screens and devices. This idea is obvious today, but it was less obvious back then. Basically, when you're raised by technology, you learn to see the world through technology's logic. Convenience over connection. Consumption over community. These are the values baked into the devices that raised the boomers. Critics argue they carried those values into adulthood. To later generations, this looks eerily psychopathic. It's a kind of emotional detachment, a prioritization of self-interest, a willingness to treat everything outside of themselves as disposable. Of course, not every boomer became a narcissist, but the culture of their upbringing set the stage for a society where empathy took a backseat to efficiency, where success was measured only in accumulation of wealth and toys.
Give me it, it's mine! Give me that, it's mine!
They grew up both empowered and scarred by their relationship to technology. When younger generations accuse boomers of being selfish, out of touch, or even psychopathic, it's a recognition that something in their early environment trained them to prize things over people. And boomers never grew out of TV. The TV was their reality, their black box, their cube. Television was the glowing authority figure in the corner of the living room. The TV told them who the bad guys were, what cars to buy, what cereal was good for you, and they nodded along as they ate their TV dinners. Nothing has changed. They've traded Walter Cronkite for rage-bait brain rot on Fox News and CNN. They've traded Saturday morning cartoons for minion memes on Facebook. They never had to extensively train the muscle of skepticism. They take everything literally because why wouldn't you? When the box in the corner of your childhood home gave you a story, you believed it. They were trained to consume images, not to interrogate them. They were taught early, don't question the images, don't question the narrative, and they never snapped out of it. They're addicted to being spoon-fed a worldview. The irony is that they are the first ones to call you gullible. They'll tell millennials and Gen Z don't believe everything you see on TikTok, while they're buying gift cards to pay a quote-unquote Microsoft support technician. The boomer condition is absolute faith in screens. They'll mock you for living on your phone while they literally worshipped a glowing box their entire lives. I love baby boomers who say kids don't even know how to write cursive in a negative way. Like, okay grandma, you can't even turn on your laptop without getting 6 viruses and wiring half your retirement money to a Nigerian prince. In 1970, John Lennon released his first studio album after the breakup of the Beatles. A song near the end of the album had these lyrics: I don't believe in magic. I don't believe in I Ching. I don't believe in Bible. I don't believe in tarot. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in Kennedy. I don't believe in Buddha. I don't believe in mantra. I don't believe in Gita. I don't believe in yoga. I don't believe in kings. I don't believe in Elvis. I don't believe in Zimmerman. I don't believe in the Beatles. I just believe in me. This is a cultural snapshot of boomer self-centeredness. It's not exactly a declaration against dogma. Lenin is not simply rejecting organized religion or popular figures. Instead, he was articulating a worldview in which personal belief and individualism always overrides collective values, traditions, and authority. These lyrics are a refusal to defer to anything outside the self. Everything is secondary to the individual ego. This is symbolic of a broader boomer mentality. Nurtured during a time of economic expansion, boomers grew up with the implicit message that personal fulfillment was paramount. The system was there to serve you, and that questioning authority was celebrated if it intended to center on self-expression. Lennon's song is like a checklist of shared cultural values discarded in favor of the overriding principle of me, me, me. One of the most infuriating things people find about the baby boomers is how they reinvented themselves. Boomers are often remembered as the generation of Woodstock. I mean, boomers were wild. They were naked in the mud and doing each other, tripping on tons of psychedelics, chanting against the Vietnam War, preaching free love and tune in, turn on, drop out. They were the rebels, the idealists, and the dreamers who claimed they would never sell out, man. But just a few decades later, many of those same unhinged rebels became the suburban homeowners scolding their kids about responsibility. The same boomers eating entire sheets of LSD became the politicians voting for harsher drug laws. The same boomers getting laid in public became the cultural gatekeepers, moralizing about abstinence and family values. Was this just gaining maturity with age, or was this something more? That shift from radical counterculture to strict authority is one of the loudest forms of hypocrisy we've ever seen. Younger generations look at boomers and see a group that indulged in every form of liberation, then slam the brakes once they'd had their fun. Again, they dropped acid but then supported the war on drugs. They pushed sexual freedom but then wagged their fingers at promiscuity. They sang protest songs against the establishment, only to become the establishment. People resent the way that boomer idealism got discarded when it was no longer convenient. They see boomers as sellouts. Now, full disclaimer, this is not a political analysis. I do not care who you voted for, and I'm not asking who you voted for. I'm not claiming to align with any of these controversial arguments I'm going to present. I'm simply pointing out how each side of the American political spectrum views the dynamic of this boomer generation. On the political left, resentment toward
Great. Bets are now closed. Let's begin.
Absolutely.
I'll need your bets now, please.
And so what time? What time? Ooh, I can do this. 10:30, no problem. I'll be there.
Let's see those bets now.
It's okay. Don't feel bad. Oh yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me
Bets
see.
are
Have a
closed
good day.
now. Let's start, shall we? Good. Now, time for your bets. Well, what's it to be?
Come on, me. Ooh, kings. Nice. But he still had
about
like a
another?
flush.
I'll need your bets now, please. Great. Bets are now closed. Let's begin.
Sorry about that, guys. Got a phone call.
Let's see those bets now.
I don't have family dinner, which is good. So if that's the case, I'm just going to eat leftovers from yesterday. I'll be right back.
Another go there? Good. Now, time for your bets. Chips in, please. I'll need your bets
so
now,
that-
please.
I seem to be breaking even here. I can't win. I won, but I'm not getting up.
Bets are closed now. Let's start, shall we? Let's see those bets now. Go again?
I don't know. I'm up now.
Good. Now, time for your bets. Great. Bets are now closed. Let's begin.
Boomers stems from the neoliberal turn of the late 20th century. The generation that once marched for civil rights and railed against the corporate state became, in many ways, the architects of free market globalization. Bill Clinton and countless other boomer leaders advanced policies of deregulation and privatization, policies that critics argue widened economic inequality and eroded the social safety nets their own parents had relied on. Boomers had benefited from cheap tuition and strong unions, and now they presided over an era where those very advantages were cut off for future generations. To younger progressives, this looks like betrayal. Boomers are basically living in a completely different country from you. Free healthcare paid by you, fat retirement account juiced up by the private equity that is parasiting off your labor, fat net worth due to insane housing costs paid by you, free money every month from Social Security paid for by you. It's understandable these boomer criticisms were far more frequent among liberals exposing economic inequalities, but over the last few years, the boomer criticisms have been much louder among the conservatives. Complains about illegal immigrants ruining America, yet continues hiring them. Complains about everything being made in China, yet continues blindly consuming and blindly supporting free trade, and calls any attempt at imposing tariffs or protectionism communism. Expects his kids and grandkids to just magically have Christian values when his generation is the one that removed God from the schools. Expects his kids and grandkids to just magically have discipline even though he never disciplined them. Complains about homeless people yet owns 8 vacant homes. Complains about how America has lost its way yet is willing to take his own kids to court for not paying rent. Complains about young men having long hair and tattoos when his generation is the one that normalized it and gave them that freedom. Preaches the importance of diversity to young people while he conveniently lives in a 100% white retirement community. Owns 99% of America's assets, property, and wealth, and refuses to give anything up yet expects young people to just obtain wealth from out of thin air. Expects the government to bail his ass out whenever he goes bankrupt because no one wants to buy his overpriced 8 vacant homes. Needs dialysis, pills, insulin, Viagra, and blood transfusions every week just to survive. Then says young people are too dependent on technology. Says young people have no skills when he doesn't even know how to do basic tasks like open a PDF file, slide a credit card, or plug a printer into a wall. Thinks stock market numbers reflect life for most Americans. Says government programs don't work while collecting a social security check every month. Complains about young people not knowing how to cook when it's his generation that popularized microwaves, fast food restaurants, and instant meals. Calls young people and homeless people lazy for not having jobs that don't exist anymore because his lazy generation sent them all to China. The mind of a boomer. On the political right, the boomers are seen as the generation that failed to conserve anything. Critics associate them with the cultural revolutions of the 1960s and 70s, with the loosening of sexual norms, with Roe v. Wade, with the decline of organized religion, and with the rise of mass immigration. The globalization that liberal critics frame as neoliberal economics is, for conservative critics, a cultural unraveling. Jobs get outsourced, borders get blurred, and traditions dilute. Younger conservatives accuse boomers of selling out heritage and identity in exchange for cheaper labor, cheaper goods, and gated retirement in homogenous suburbs far removed from the consequences. Every social revolution the boomers promoted was less about freedom or equality and more about feeding capitalism more affordable labor. For example, feminism. History remembers the women's movement as an expansion of rights, a push for equal opportunity, a breaking down of patriarchal barriers. But critics argue that by pushing women into the workforce, corporations could double their labor supply, drive down wages, and dissolve the single-income household. What looked like liberation was completely the opposite. There is this meme that states that staying home and raising your children is oppressive, but going into an office every day, being told what to do by men other than your husband, and joining forces with the oppressive patriarchy, that is empowerment. Immigration also fits this framework. Boomers oversaw and later supported policies that opened the door to mass immigration, which, in this narrative, was about securing a constant stream of underpaid, easily exploited labor. Meanwhile, those same boomers often insulated themselves from the effects by retreating to gated communities and overwhelmingly white suburbs. In my own family,
Bets are closed now. Let's start, shall we?
or my hometown, since the boomers I knew in my rural upbringing seemed to generally be morally consistent in their actions and perspectives throughout their lives, preventing them from exuding the same level of blatant hypocrisy. Boomers were born into a world of possibility, and they seized it. They were the first generation to grow up with television, cars, suburban homes, and mass consumer culture. They experimented with freedom, creativity, and rebellion in ways no previous generation could. They built industries, pioneered technologies, and reshaped culture on a scale that is hard for younger generations to fully grasp. In the world's post-war aftermath, boomers became the architects of much of the modern world, for better or for worse. They still teach us lessons. They demonstrate resilience in the face of rapid societal change, creativity in forging new cultural norms, and a history of willingness to challenge authority and question inherited systems. Their contradictions can be instructive. Seeing the gap between their ideals and their outcomes offers a warning about the fragility of moral consistency. They show us that it's possible to dream big, even if reality forces compromises along the way. Criticism of boomers may additionally carry a psychological undertone as well. Watching a generation that once symbolized youthful rebellion now dominate the machine as elders reminds us of our own mortality. They embody the fear of being left behind in a fast-moving world. Seeing these obviously mortal beings in charge is unsettling. Mocking or railing against them can be a way of distancing from that fear, of asserting we are still young and invincible. If we strip away all the okay boomer jokes, what remains is a chance to learn. Boomers can teach us the importance of persistence and taking risks. They show us what it means to hold power and influence, and what happens when power is hoarded. They remind us that history is lived by real people whose choices echo across generations. The most fascinating part of the movie Idiocracy is the fact that despite the citizens being incapable to advance, the technological and institutional structures still keep everything running. Machines move, food is produced, electricity flows. It strangely parallels the real world. The baby boomers built many of the systems, the infrastructures, and the institutions that keep modern society moving. Even as younger generations wrestle with economic and cultural instability, much of what functions reliably was constructed and maintained by boomers. They created a scaffolding that allows society to keep running, even as people within it struggle to sustain it. As we critique the boomer legacy, there's the opportunity to observe it and extract wisdom from it. Criticism can coexist with respect, and frustration can coexist with insight. Boomers are just another generation, complex and flawed, whose story still shapes every one of us. They taught us that life is messy. We will be inheriting the world that boomers built, and we have a responsibility to advance it. As Gen Z embraces these hard times, it has become overwhelmingly clear what our mission is. We will make a better world for our children.
Enjoy the heat and throw.
So,
Want to be recognized
what's
as
your
a
play?
great person? Upgrade to VIP status and gain access to high-limit tables where you can wager in one hand what most people make in a year.
Sorry, I wanted the blood.
House wins.
Okay. Okay, kitty, you want to come sit? Yeah, come sit on my lap. Oh, good
How about
kitty.
another?
You're such a good kitty. Yeah, I'll lap
I'll
for
need
kitty.
your bets now, please.
Lap for kitty. You can just curl up in it. Yeah.
Great. Bets are now closed. Let's begin. Let's see those bets now. Well, what's it to be?
I've heard lazy millennial all my adult life and I'm almost 40. Imagine coming back from military service in the Middle East to this cesspool and being called a lazy millennial by a boomer HOA cubicle Karen.
Another go there? Good. Now, time for your bets.
Yeah, boomers do not care about the troops, I don't think, really.
Time for your chips.
That one's pretty good.
I'll need your bets now, please. Chips in, please.
Jesus Christ, the stuff that these people say on YouTube.
Bets are closed now. Let's start, shall we? Let's see those bets now. House wins. Go again.
All right, that's it.
Good. Now, time for your bets. Great. Bets are now closed. Let's begin. I'll need your bets now, please.
Sorry, all bets are closed.
Hey, King. Nice. I'm breaking
Sorry,
even though I'm sitting
smart
within
lines.
within 10,000, no, within 1,000. I'm sitting within 1,000 half an hour later of where I started. It's like the system completely balanced. Yeah, I'll leave this place now. We spent a lot of time here. Where am I going? I guess it's to the bunker. Yeah, I think so. It doesn't really matter where I go. It all needs to be done.
You tried your best but failed fee on top. Well, that is where today's sponsor, Current, comes in. Right? It's the banking app for people who are just done getting smacked with fees or just trying to function. But then, next up in the news, I'm very interested to know your thoughts here. This Paramount, Netflix, Warner Brothers situation is crazy. It's got a lot of people going, it doesn't feel like there is a best path forward, but maybe a less concerning path forward. Because Paramount has just now launched a hostile takeover bid for Warner Brothers. And they're arguing that this is in the best interest of the creative community, the consumers, and the movie theater industry for Paramount to buy the studio instead of Netflix. Right? Because last Friday, we learned that Netflix won a major bidding war to buy Warner Brothers in a deal valued at $83 billion. And this is a big deal. Netflix beat out Paramount, Comcast, and more longtime major players to get this. This is a move that would essentially cement Netflix as an official king of Hollywood. But also, you have a lot of people concerned here. One, you have people fearing that this would lead to a monopolistic control of the streaming market. And two, this really made people worry about the future of movie theaters. Right? Because while Netflix said that it expects to keep releasing the studio films theatrically, it also said that they plan on making the release windows more consumer-friendly, which essentially means that films won't be released in theaters for as long. And so then pair that with Netflix's co-CEO Ted Sarandos long downplaying the importance of theatrical releases, and you have many questioning what Netflix's long-term goals would actually be here. And with that, you had a group of anonymous producers even writing a letter arguing Netflix views any time spent watching a movie in a theater as
right about this is like
time not spent on their platform. They have no incentive to support theatrical exhibition, and they have every incentive to kill it. And they definitely weren't alone there.
Yeah, it's weird, but I don't think going to the theater. I think going to the theater is dying. And I would prefer if they just release these big movies right directly the day they want to release them. Who cares? Timeout, initializing session. Damn it. See, it changed the volume of my microphone, and I swear to God, it tried to hide it. Fucking insane. I fixed it, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to monitor it now. Maybe I should look further into the problem now, because it's actually a serious problem that's affecting my stream. No, that's not it. Something's changing. It might be Steam. Yeah, maybe it's Steam. Or even GeForce Now. Oh. That's what it was. It's fucking Steam. It might be Steam. Maybe I finally fixed it. We'll see. I'll monitor it for a couple of days. I'm sorry, guys. There's so many software problems.
In this video, sound settings, and then click on sound settings. From this window, scroll down to the bottom and click on more sound settings. Now we need to click on the recording tab, and from here you need to locate your microphone. Make sure your microphone's set to the default device by clicking the set default button, and it's also a good idea to disable.
Look, right here, the first comment says it was actually Steam volume adjust, and I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I wonder if GeForce Now has this too. I think they do. Isn't it like G or something? Or function G? Mic on, and it keeps changing it. That's the sound. Well,
phones you're not actually.
fucking Steam. It probably was Steam.
Using. So you can do that simply by right-clicking on the microphone that you're not using and pressing disable. So once you've done that, right-click on your microphone and click on properties, select advanced, and underneath exclusive mode, you need to uncheck allow applications to take exclusive control of this device, and then press apply and OK. Once you've done that, click on the communications tab and make sure where it says when Windows detects communications activity, make sure this is set to do.
Oh. Maybe that's it, actually. I don't know. I think I've got a bad setting for that. There, do nothing. I did do that.
Nothing, and once again press apply and OK. Now you can check to see if this has solved the issue. If it's still not working, it's likely a third-party application on your computer that has control of your microphone's volume feature. Now one application that definitely does do this is if you use the Steam application, then you simply need to open it up on your computer, click on Steam in the top left-hand side, select Settings, select Voice from the navigation, scroll all the way down to Advanced Options and press Show, and where it says Automatic Volume Gain Control, actually turn this feature off and disable it, and then once you've done that, that should have now solved your issue. So it's as simple as that, guys. If you did find this video helpful,
Maybe it was Steam. Maybe Steam was doing it. Something new Steam does. Played too much Fallout. My desire to play it has dropped, which is annoying.
But major Hollywood unions like the Writers Guild going as far as to say that the deal should be blocked. And overall, like if you looked out there were a ton of people in the industry just kind of panicking about this acquisition. But then also, even though today's news, it may lead to that deal falling through, it's created even more panic, right? Because you've got Paramount putting itself back into the conversation and appealing directly to WB's shareholders in a hostile takeover bid. And specifically, they're throwing an all-cash offer of $30 per share or a total value of $108 billion. Right? With Paramount claiming that this provides shareholders with $18 billion more in cash than Netflix's offer does. But also, this would include all of Warner Bros. Discovery, meaning that it's for the film studio, streaming services, and cable channels. And that's a notable difference because under the Netflix deal, cable channels were not included and they would have to be spun off. So the way you had Paramount Skydance CEO David Ellison explaining it is that the plan provides superior value and a more certain and quicker path to completion, saying we are taking our offer directly to shareholders to give them the opportunity to act in their own best interests and maximize the value of their shares. And with all that, claiming that this merger would create a stronger Hollywood for both consumers and creatives who would, quote, benefit from the enhanced competition, higher content spend and theatrical release output, and a greater number of movies in theaters as a result of our proposed transaction. And while you might think that those claimed commitments to Hollywood and movie theaters would put the industry at ease, that's really not the case. Because again, there were still major monopoly concerns, but also Paramount CEO is the son of Larry Ellison, the Oracle billionaire and Trump ally. Also, some of the deal's funding is supported by the Ellison family, so that means that Larry could have his hands on this. David Ellison also led the charge to get a Paramount and Skydance merger through earlier this year, and there were concerns that there were a bunch of secret side deals with the Trump administration to get that deal through. Right? And then also there are more concerns about how Paramount is financing this, right? Because their offer actually includes billions from wealth funds in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi, as well as an equity firm backed by Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law. But with this, you had Paramount saying that the foreign wealth funds have agreed to forego any. But I also want it to be a conversation. But then, next up from that, this is ridiculous. President Trump is announcing a $12 billion bailout for farmers who have been hurt by Trump's own tariffs. Because nothing screams, the tariffs are working, like needing a massive bailout because you fucked farmers over so much. And while the plans are set to be announced at a roundtable later today, at least as of reporting, it's been widely reported that up to $11 billion will go to one-time payments under the Agriculture Department's new Farmer Bridge Assistance Program, which was created to support American crop farmers. And as far as the remaining $1 billion, that'll go towards aid for commodities not covered by the program. And while it would seem pretty obvious to anyone with eyes, ears, and a brain that the Trump tariffs are responsible here, you still had a White House spokesperson trying to put the blame on Biden, saying today's announcement reflects the president's commitment to helping our farmers, who will have the support they need to bridge the gap between Biden's failures and the president's successful policies taking effect. Rather than also praising Trump's tariffs, claiming that Trump, quote, is helping our agriculture industry by negotiating new trade deals to open new export markets for our farmers and boosting the farm safety net for the first time in a decade. But, very big thing, experts widely agree that farmers have been dramatically hurt by Trump's tariffs on a number of fronts. First off, many farmers have been struggling to sell their crops because other countries have retaliated against Trump's tariffs by imposing their own, making American crops more expensive in global markets. And this struggle is especially pronounced when it comes to China, which is normally a major buyer of U.S. crops, especially soybeans. But China is the world's largest buyer of soybeans, and earlier this year, they stopped purchases from America as the trade war with Trump escalated. And while China agreed to start buying again during the trade truce in October, the whole thing, it's massively hurt soy farms. In fact, it's been reported that the new bailout is specifically aimed at helping soybean farmers who have just seen a massive drop in sales. Then beyond that, the tariffs have also increased input costs for farmers on products like machinery, supplies, and fertilizers. And Trump's constant flip-flopping on various tariffs, it's created market uncertainty that makes it impossible for farmers to plan their planting and sales in advance. In fact, Trump's trade policies, not Biden's, appear to have pushed many farmers into bankruptcy. Back in October, it was reported that 181 farmers had filed for bankruptcy protection in the first half of 2025. That is a massive increase of 60% from last year, and the highest 6-month reading since the height of the pandemic in 2020. Right? Well, Trump's tariffs, they have directly impacted American farmers in a bad way. China, they've been thriving. I mean, just today, it was reported that China's trade surplus, it topped $1 trillion for the first time. So the Washington Post explaining that this is, quote, a sign that President Donald Trump's high tariffs have done little to stop Chinese factories from flooding global markets. And so as a result, you have many arguing that these new bailouts are essentially an admission that Trump's trade policies are failing American farmers. And not failing by a little, failing so much so that Trump needs to spend billions of dollars to bail out this key segment of his base. But also, I'll say it's unclear exactly how much these bailouts are going to help as long as Trump's tariffs remain in place and his trade war with China rages on. I mean, even back in September, the president of the American Soybean Association explicitly rejected the idea that relief from Washington would structurally help farmers, saying a government payment is not the answer to long-term success in our industry. China consumes 61% of all soy consumed in the world. It's not a market where we can just say, oh, well, we'll just sell to somebody else. You know, as far as what happens from here, Congress is going to have to approve a final version of Trump's bailout. But with that, I will say there's been a lot of support from this move, especially from lawmakers who represent agriculture-heavy states. But then, next up today, this one just makes me laugh. Only Trump could flip on someone within days of signing a pardon that saved them from potential prison time. Because we got this guy, Representative Henry Cuellar. He's a Democrat from Texas. And last year, the Biden DOJ slapped Cuellar and his wife with charges including bribery, conspiracy, wire fraud, and money laundering, right? Accusing them of accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes from an Azerbaijan oil company at a Mexican bank in exchange for advancing Azerbaijan interests in Congress. And with that, these two, they've maintained their innocence. They've accused the DOJ of entrapment, and their trial was supposed to kick off next April. But then, their daughters, they sent a letter to Donald Trump requesting a pardon for their parents. And Trump, he even shared that letter dated November 12th, in which they argued that their father's, quote, independence and honesty may have contributed to how this case began. And it looks like they knew how to work Trump. They pointed to his criticism of the Biden administration's border policies. The daughters, they appealed to Trump personally, saying, when you and your family faced your own challenges, we understood that pain in a very human way. We watched from afar through the eyes of daughters who knew what it felt like to see parents under fire. And all of that, it led to Trump actually last week granting both Cuellar and his wife a presidential pardon, with him applauding him for standing up to the Biden administration and saying on Truth Social, Henry, I don't know you, but you can sleep well tonight. Your nightmare is finally over. And Cuellar was quick to respond, saying, I want to thank President Trump for his tremendous leadership and for taking the time to look at the facts. And thank God for standing with my family and I during this difficult time. This decision clears the air and lets us move forward for South Texas. This pardon gives us a clean slate. The noise is gone, the work remains, and I intend to meet it head on. And so with all this, for Republicans in Texas, this was a unique situation. Cuellar is already a pretty conservative Democrat, and for a minute, there was a long shot hope that this moment with Trump, it could actually be a thing that tipped him over to the other side. Something that, it had the pretty narrow majority the Republicans have in the House going into the midterms. Then, just hours after getting that pardon, Cuellar filed for re-election and announced that he had no intentions of changing his party. From telling Fox News, I'm an American, I'm a Texan, and I'm a Democrat in that order. And I think that anybody that puts party before their country is doing a disservice to their country. And this move by Cuellar, not something that Trump was a fan of. Or with him then quickly posting that he felt good fighting for this family against full of very sick and deranged people, but saying that Cuellar maintaining his status as a Democrat, it ruined it. Or with Trump accusing him of continuing to work with the same radical left scum that just weeks before wanted him and his wife to spend the rest of their lives in prison, and adding, such a lack of loyalty, something that Texas voters and Henry's daughters will not like. Oh well, next time, no more Mr. Nice Guy. And with all that, we've got to talk about a few things, right? It's important to know that this pardon doesn't mean that Cuellar is in the clear completely, or he's still under investigation from the House Ethics Committee. And that was an investigation that started last May and then was reauthorized in July of this year. But then also, if we zoom out from this guy specifically, we should talk about the sheer volume of pardons that we've seen from Trump this year. Because, in his first term, Trump issued 237 acts of clemency over all 4 years, but this time around, in just the first year alone, he's given out almost 1,600. So, of course, a lot of those were connected to the January 6th insurrection, but we've still seen nearly 100 others since he took office in January, including high-profile people in politics, reality TV, business, and music. And, a number of those, they've been connected to things that seem to contradict what he's trying to do as far as policy. It's really fueled a lot of criticism that this administration is very pay-for-play. And at least for now, there's no reason to expect really anything different. Like, the accountability is, it really doesn't feel like anything anyone should expect while these guys are in power. But that also doesn't mean it should be normalized and we don't take in that information. But then, next up in the news, let's talk about international news, because Thailand has launched airstrikes against Cambodia. And so it appears that this decades-old dispute that Trump claims to have ended, it's really not quite over. In fact, reporters asked Thailand's prime minister about the U.S. brokered deal recently signed in Malaysia with Trump in attendance, and he responded, "I don't remember that anymore." Then also claiming Cambodia must
forgot how
comply to our
dark the
conditions
start
in
of this
order to
game
stop the fight.
is.
And then the Thai Army Chief of Staff adding that the goal
And
is
then
to
and
render
then it's
Cambodia
Lamar driving
invisible
around or
reaction
whatever his
for a
name
long
is.
time. Also, if right now you're
I
like,
forget his
homie,
name.
what are we even talking about? Sorry, this is like chapter 87. To bring it back, these two countries, they share a nearly 500-mile-long border, but they don't agree on exactly where it runs. And that disagreement at least partly stems from a map that was drawn up by the French when they controlled Cambodia as a colony. But also, there are competing claims over centuries-old temples with cultural significance to both sides. And so for decades, there have been occasional brief border skirmishes, including back in July when at least 40 people were killed and hundreds of thousands were displaced over 5 days of fighting. Right, and during that conflict, Thailand deployed F-16s to bomb Cambodian military targets, which was the first time the country had used fighter jets in combat in 3 decades. It was an escalation that, along with pressure from the U.S., helped secure an initial ceasefire and then an expanded agreement in October. With Trump, of course, just jumping at the opportunity to take credit and counting it as one of the 8 wars that he says he's ended and why he should get a Nobel Peace Prize. Right, except last month you had Thailand pulling out of peace talks after 2 of its soldiers were injured by a landmine in a disputed border area. And then yesterday, the country claimed that Cambodian troops opened fire, injuring another 2 soldiers. But on the flip side, you had Cambodia's defense ministry accusing Thailand of firing first using handguns, rocket launchers, and mortars, right, and claiming that its forces had contacted the Thai side without firing back. But then today, the Thai army again accused Cambodia of opening fire, allegedly killing a soldier this time, and it prompted the airstrikes. And specifically, according to a spokesperson, fighter jets hit 3 Cambodian military installations near the border, including a radio tower and a casino near the border that the Thai army alleges is used by Cambodia as a drone base. And so at least as of recording, you have Cambodian officials saying that 4 civilians have been killed and 9 others injured. But with the defense ministry also condemning the Thai strikes and insisting that it remained committed to implementing the ceasefire. And then also in the meantime, as all of that's playing out, you have hundreds of thousands of lives already being affected. Or for example, just yesterday, Thai officials ordered residents in 4 provinces along the border to evacuate to shelter, with the military claiming that nearly 500,000 people had to do so. And then today, you had Cambodian officials announcing that tens of thousands on their side had moved away.
I love how this starts, though.
Is where today's show is going to end. Thank you so much for being a part of another daily dive into the dumpster fire that is what is happening right now. And hey, if you'd like to continue avoiding your responsibilities, you can check out the new episodes of my newest podcast. They're both crashing out in good faith. They're great watches and listens. I've even got links for you in the description so you can watch on YouTube, Spotify, or Apple Podcasts. But hey, no matter what you do, let me just say thank you for watching. Yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Hey dudes, welcome back to the channel. I do hope you are doing well. In today's video, I want to sit down and talk to you about what to expect, honestly, if you're jumping into Soulframe for the first time. Is it worthwhile? Is there enough content in here? And generally, what's my overlook as someone that's put 40 to 50 hours into the game already? I do just want to state right off the bat that I do generally already really enjoy Soulframe. So if you come here for a bit of a positive confirmation about what to do, then maybe you can click away now and just give it a try. But if you are staying for the full video, I do want to just state that I'm going to try and be firm but fair here, and also realistic. I love Digital Extremes as a company, I love Warframe, I love Soulframe, but I have to be firm and fair and kind of sit in the middle and give you guys an overview as to what is actually going on. This is a game that has massive potential. It has wonderful ideas, and really there is some seriously impressive world building already in the game, but it definitely has some growing pains and some identity struggles that are important to acknowledge. So if you will, allow me to break down what your experience will kind of really look like if you jumped into Soulframe as it is today. And just bear in mind, of course, as the experience fleshes out, they add more content, this is likely to change. The very first thing that will hit you is just how stunning the world really is. Soulframe genuinely surprised me with how carefully crafted its zones actually feel. Each area looks and plays like it was hand-built with intention and care. From the very dense forest all the way to the fog-covered plains, it is clearly evident where the nurture has come from. The whole world carries this rich, almost haunting, dark fantasy vibe, which I really love, and it kind of works exceptionally well, to be honest. What I love most is the sense of discovery that the game really encourages. As you explore the relatively open world, you'll naturally stumble across points of interest, small player hubs, siege camps that are filled with enemies, hidden paths, and there are these beautifully designed dungeons that are just as atmospheric as they are mysterious. The world here definitely rewards curiosity, and walking around just soaking in the ambience is genuinely one of the strongest parts of the game right now. And I will say, considering how early alpha, if you like, this game is, I feel like Digital Extremes have done a great job to get in as much of that atmosphere as they physically have at this point. Now let's address something that is impossible to miss, and that's the Warframe DNA. It is absolutely everywhere. That isn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it makes some systems instantly familiar and easy to understand, especially if you're a Warframe veteran. Crafting works pretty much the same, as does progression. That is very recognizable, and the overall rhythm of leveling weapons and improving your account will feel right at home to Warframe players. But at the same time, Soulframe doesn't feel like it's fully established its own identity yet, because so much of what is here mirrors mechanics, pacing, and progression from Warframe. The system where most weapons exist just to level up mastery rank kind of returns here, and whilst it works, it doesn't really encourage you to bond with your gear or stick with it long term. Right now, I truly feel, as good as Soulframe is, it's still figuring out what it wants to be or who it wants to be, and trying to navigate through that Warframe influence. Now, combat is another area where Soulframe shows a lot of promise while still needing refinement, and that refinement is fine, it will come. The game is in very early stages. I have personally spent time with several weapons so far, from the staff, the kunai, daggers, swords, the magic gauntlet thing that I've got that I don't know the name of, and I can honestly say that mechanically they all feel pretty solid. The animations are flashy, hit responses feel good, every weapon class has its own personality, and what really stands out is the pact system, or what Warframe players would know as Warframes. Each pact plays totally differently, offering unique benefits, abilities, and styles that let you experiment and swap playstyles easily. Now, switching these pacts is quick and painless, and it genuinely changes how you approach each encounter. With that being said, ranged combat clearly right now has a very, very strong advantage. It is easier, it's safer, and way more efficient than melee combat. In my opinion, melee still feels a bit clunky at this stage. It lacks the smoothness or precision you would expect from a game emphasizing close combat. Now, don't get it twisted, you can still enjoy melee combat. In fact, one of my favorite components of the game is throwing my main hand sword into one of the enemy's heads and then whipping it back into my hand and hitting another enemy on the way back. It's just incredibly satisfying. But you will definitely feel the difference from the moment that you pick up a ranged option instead. I also want to address something quite clearly. Soulframe is not a Souls-like game. Despite the name and a few subtle influences in the animations and pacing, it doesn't play anything like a Souls game, really. The comparison really only exists because Soulframe has the word soul in it, so if you're coming in expecting that deep, punishing Souls-like combat style, this isn't the game for that. There is difficulty to be
and that's
had,
why I'm not going to play
but it isn't
it.
quite the same. One thing that really genuinely surprised me is how much quest content is already built into the game. There are several storylines, character arcs, cinematic encounters that draw you into this world. Some of these story-driven bosses are especially well done, creating memorable moments that break up the exploration, and the game introduces you to important NPCs and factions early on, which makes the world feel more alive than you might expect from something this early in development. I do have to say though that right now I still struggle with the lore of the game. That's not necessarily an issue or a fault with Soulframe, that might just be on me, but I have found that the story delivery is a little bit scattered right now, but I'm sure that will improve in time. There are definitely pieces of something really interesting here, but the narrative threads aren't as easy to follow to me as they could be. It's not confusing to the point of frustration, it's just not fully cohesive yet. Now moving on, enemy variety is pretty decent at this stage, honestly, with some tougher enemies appearing as you move towards the more northeastern regions of the map. The difficulty scaling feels fairly natural. You'll definitely run into moments that challenge you, that's for sure, but for the most part, you should have a fairly easy time. I will say that the bosses are kind of where the game stumbles a little bit. Some of them really look great and have fantastic arenas that you can fight in, but in my opinion, the AI and the pathing still needs a bit of work. There are times when bosses simply walk straight towards you in a loop or just get stuck with the same behavior, which kind of makes them feel far less threatening or engaging than they should be. Now, the dungeons, by contrast, are absolutely incredible. You can clearly see the amount of time and attention to detail that really went into designing these spaces. As I said before, they are atmospheric, they're beautifully lit, and they carry that dark, mystical aesthetic that Soulframe really nails quite well. The dungeons alone are really worth exploring, even if the boss encounters fall somewhat short. Even though the progression is quite similar to that of Warframe, I will say that the progression in Soulframe does feel satisfying and impactful. As you level up, you'll earn meaningful ability points that you can use to unlock useful upgrades that let you kind of tailor your build. Now, the real diversity between Warframe comes when you are upgrading your actual weapon points and your pact points, as these were more traditionally done with mods in Warframe, but these are clearly spent with ability points in this game. I really love the ability to swap packs really simply by just holding tab, returning to your camp, going into the tent and just switching whatever you want, and that includes weapons as well. We touched on crafting a little while ago, but it's pretty much the same philosophy as Warframe. You gather resources, you craft items over time, and progress at your own pace. I actually think sticking to this business model is perfectly fine. Factions in this game operate in a familiar way. You earn reputation through open world missions and activities, you rank up and gain access to new items and rewards. Now, there's nothing groundbreaking here per se, but everything functions smoothly and it's easy to understand even as a new player. I will say one of the more charming parts of Soulframe is its little varieties of mini systems that it's got on mini games that you can play around the world. You will find yourself charming animals and even rescuing creatures as a whole, and these will unlock buffs that you can then use on your weapons if you kind of think mods in Warframe, very, very similar. These interactions add a real personality to the world. They give you more to do besides just fighting and questing. You will have environmental puzzles to solve with your spectral sight. You'll have random events also pop up as you explore, which just add a bit of variety, making the world feel more dynamic instead of static. Now let's talk about traveling. You're going to spend a good chunk of your time simply just traveling across the world. The map is fairly large for how early in development the game actually is. That's what I was quite shocked about. And for the most part, you'll be walking through most of this unless you can convince other players to taxi you around. Most of the time, this is quite enjoyable because the world is beautiful and the movement feels good, but after a while it can get a bit repetitive, especially when you're trying to find entrances in the massive black walls that split across most regions. These gates can blend into the environment more than they actually should, and it breaks the pacing a little when you're backtracking just to find where the door is for the first time. After a while, you do get more used to it. However, I would say if there's one quality of life thing I'd love DE to tweak, it's making those entrances a little bit more obvious. The performance of the game right now has been surprisingly smooth overall. Whether you're using DLSS or not, the game runs really well and feels stable. The only noticeable moments of buffering or loading hiccups that I've seen have been when you enter dungeons or player hubs, which is kind of understandable given the level of detail in these areas that it needs to process. For a game in this stage of development, the performance is genuinely solid. So to round things up, should you jump into fucking Warframe. So to round things up, should you jump into Soulframe right now? Honestly,
No.
it depends on what you're expecting. If you want a fully polished MMO or a deep, mature action RPG experience, this game isn't quite there yet.
Nope.
However, if you're open to an evolving MMO light with a beautifully crafted world, engaging exploration, solid combat foundations, and tons of potential, then Soulframe is absolutely worth your time. Not to mention, if you're lucky enough and you don't want to part ways with any money, you can get keys which will give you access to the game by watching Twitch streams, or maybe if there are some really charitable players online that you can, you know, nudge in the right direction, maybe you'll get given one too. Outside of that, you can straight up purchase access by supporting the Founders Pack movement that they've currently got going on for the game, which will give you access to the game and a couple of keys for some buddies too. But yeah, the game is very playable. It's already fun, and even though it's still finding its identity, the pieces are there for something special. There is work to be done. You know, melee needs refinement, boss AI definitely needs some improvement, but really, Soulframe is off to a surprisingly strong start. As always, if you enjoyed this sort of video, please do consider leaving a like rating, subscribe if you're new here, and I'll see you in the next one.
The world sees Jackie Chan as a wholesome legend. They see his son JC as an entitled disaster who rightfully ended up in prison. But what really happened inside this family is far more complicated than many are willing to accept. Jackie Chan admitted he never wanted a child. In fact, he said it was an accident. Like many fathers, he tried to make it work anyways, but he has been very vocal about his extreme shortcomings. He admits to never being home, cheating on his partner, and even physically abusing JC. He even had a daughter with a mistress that he never talks to, and she refuses to accept him as her dad. And while you would hope that Jackie is trying to reconcile and reconnect with his children now that he is getting much older, that's not exactly the case. Today we're going to explore the complicated truth behind the Chan family, the story of how a generational curse shaped JC's downfall, how he ended up in prison, and how Jackie Chan could not prevent it because he may have partially been to blame. Most people don't know just how poor Jackie Chan was while trying to make it as a stuntman in Hong Kong, China. He used to literally wait for people to leave food scraps on tables at restaurants so he could eat.
Every day you're just very disappointed. I want to earn more money. I don't want to always call my father, send me a pound. Every 6 o'clock in the morning, you see everybody in the yum cha, Chinese yum cha. You go in, you sit down, you have to pay. Then I just standing here. Come, no, I'm ready to eat. Yeah. I just standing here, I just pretend I'm eating, then I just, come on, hurry up, 6 o'clock. Before they cash, then I sit down. Come on, let's go. Okay, after they pay, go, let's go. Wow, nobody eat? That's how I survival in the morning.
But being at rock bottom did not stop him from dreaming. He studied Kung Fu for over a decade and wanted to become a stunt coordinator for films. I didn't know the camera angles, I only knew how to do the stunts, like a stuntman, but I thought about how to improve myself. On set, Jackie would treat every moment as an opportunity to learn more about movie production, watching the cameramen choose the perfect angle, taking note of what they didn't like, and even using any spare money he had to buy on-scene producers cigarettes and beer to win their favor. Eventually, he got the chance to work with his childhood hero, Bruce Lee. To Jackie, performing stunts with Lee for Fist of Fury was one of the most pivotal moments of his career.
When they let go, becoming zoom. No, too slow. You drop too slow. Just then, you know what they do? They zoom, let go. Shabba! Bruce Lee just on the side. Oh, boom. Okay. Not very good. One more time. Okay, one more time. Then I go. Then I come, I remember Bruce Lee picked me up, grabbed me, you okay? I said, yeah, okay. Then I look at, wow, he touched me.
Unfortunately, this relationship could not flourish, as Bruce Lee passed away due to an allergic reaction to painkillers that caused swelling in his brain. Since Bruce Lee was a global superstar, the Hong Kong film industry was in a panic. They needed to find a new face to fill the void that Lee had left behind, and this is where Jackie Chan found himself filling the shoes of his idol, being groomed to replace Lee in a number of films like Shaolin Wooden Men, To Kill with Intrigue, and even a sequel to the movie they once shared, New Fist of Fury. However, Jackie Chan secretly hated that the industry was trying to make him into the next Bruce Lee. It was hard enough that he was pushed to replace someone he respected so deeply, but trying to copy Lee's exact style felt like he was trying to be someone else. And looking back, fans of kung fu movies seem to agree. The films underperformed at the box office, allowing Chan to convince producers to just be himself. Jackie said, "Everything at the time was Bruce Lee, so we decide we'll do the opposite. We be more fancy, more pretty, more comedy. Instead of kicking high, Jackie would kick low. Instead of sticking to traditional weapons, he got the chance to make things interesting with chairs, ladders, and anything.
Come on, vehicle.
And while Bruce Lee was
Almost.
serious, intense moments,
50 grand's
Jackie chose
fine.
to make it a bit more fun. He would make silly faces and introduce slapstick comedy to martial arts, the physical comedy that uses exaggerated actions in absurd situations, like when he was working on this film, Police Story, where he used an umbrella to grab onto a bus in a chase scene. It was the first film where he got to take full advantage of a group that he assembled called the JC Stunt Team, and it was also the action comedy element that gave him his first cult following, not just because Police Story was an insanely entertaining movie, but because it showed the larger global industry that he wasn't afraid to do his own stunts, something that most actors did not do at the time.
You did all the stunts yourself?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes. You can tell. Usually when some other people doing double, you will see boom, 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 like this. When I doing things, after the stunt, I would turn around. Let the camera see, hey, that's me.
Not only was he funny and charming, but doing all his own stunts made him a total badass, which is why he gained such a die-hard fan base
I love
around
Jackie
the world.
Chan.
However, doing his stunts came at a major cost. He and his team couldn't even find an insurance company to cover them, and when you hear about the long list of injuries he suffered, it's amazing he's still alive. But before we dive deeper, as I've gotten older, I sometimes think it's time to start taking my own health a little more seriously. I have a handful of different symptoms that I try to self-diagnose online instead of doing the right thing and going to a professional. That's why I was so relieved when I found today's video sponsor, ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free website where you can easily search and compare high-quality in-network doctors so you can find the right doctor for you. Whether you're looking for someone in-network, nearby, or with specific appointment times, ZocDoc helps you find the right doctor for your needs. No guesswork, no phone calls needed. Plus, with tons of verified patient reviews and detailed doctor profiles, you can get a real sense of the provider and their practice before you ever step into the office. The best part, you can see the doctor's actual appointment openings, choose a time that works for you, and click to instantly book a visit. ZocDoc appointments also happen fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking. You can even score same-day appointments. You don't even have to talk to anyone, just book with a few clicks. Stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/PatrickCC, also linked in the description, to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. Throughout his early career, Jackie suffered from severe burns, fractured bones in his chest, snapped fingers, a smashed eye socket, electric shocks, and definitely suffered from brain damage that would have killed the average performer. Like how he leaped from a cliffside in an earlier movie, Armor of God. Jackie nailed it on the first take, but believing it was too slow, he decided to try again. After leaping onto the same tree he used in the first take, a branch snapped, sending Jackie plummeting to the ground. The blow to his head was so bad, he never fully recovered.
Because I fall like this. Right. Just tiny punch, boom. Then I get up, my back head.
Yeah, and this is why I would never do stuff like this. And I did stuff like this. I did some stunts in my lifetime. Shit that I shouldn't have done. Jumped down from a 3rd-story building. Snowboard, like we towed snowboards when the streets were frozen during a blizzard in the inner city. We were driving around with a minivan, like snowboarding and shit like that. I used to drive up in the mountains quite a lot, like really dangerously. Snowboarding, surfing, skateboarding, a lot of skateboarding at the DSP, Denver Skate Park.
The boom, boom. If a head back, I think I'm dying.
Right, the head first, but you made sure the head hit second. Okay.
Then
what was your injury?
I don't know. I get up. They said, don't get up. Then
head injury, and it's very, very, very bad. You're lucky to walk away from it, and if you're the same person, it happened to me. I'm not the same person. I'm not the same person before I smack my head into the concrete. I'm just not. I'm not the same person I was. I'm a lot less nice, for one thing. Now, did you take me to the casino or what? Can't move for whatever reason. What? You one-shot me! Why are you one-shotting me? Come on, man. I can't run back to this corpse over and over again. I'm just gonna teleport out. Oh. Why are these mobs one-shotting me? Can't you get rid of bullet sponge in one shot? It's fucking bullshit. Your hits need to be proportional. They're not. It's always either you just got hit by the force of a truck or you hit with the force of a truck, and it's fucking stupid. It needs to be just balanced.
You better hope I don't find you.
Please get on the bike. Please don't one-shot me. Capped out on Fallout except for custom, and I could sit on custom, but I've sat on Fallout for like, I don't know, 10 days or something. I kind of burned out on it. Could sub to WoW. I've got the money. Could just sub to WoW. That's always an option. Seems weird that... I'll take a look at my... Deal with it later. Deal with it tomorrow, I guess.
Sometimes I hear my ear, poo, poo. The blood comes out, and the hole's here.
You had a hole in your head.
2 fingers.
2 fingers?
Yeah.
Take these 2 fingers. Oh my God! Yes! 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 Yes!
Open like this, like a boom.
But this only added to Jackie Chan's aura as an industry legend. People loved and respected his willingness to put everything on the line for the perfect shot. Jackie Chan isn't even China's national treasure, he is the world's treasure. But while Jackie was becoming a massive global success, his personal life was filled with struggles and constant failure. He found himself in a relationship he never wanted, with a child he would barely see, and he didn't know how to handle it. He'd spend years living 2 separate lives, and his behavior started to seriously hurt everyone around him. In 1982, Jackie Chan found himself getting secretly married in a Los Angeles coffee shop to his wife and popular Asian actress Joan Lin. The two had just discovered that Lin was pregnant with his future son, JC Chan, and while others may have seen this as a blessing, Jackie felt like he was being held hostage. It was an accident which conceived JC. I had never thought of getting married, but I felt it was akin to being forced to get married. At the time, Jackie had never even considered starting a family. He was still invested in his work and had no intentions of slowing down. According to Jackie, his opinion started to change when JC was born. I took one look and saw that my son was double-boned too, which pleased me to no end. Only then did it sink in that this baby was my child, and then nothing else mattered. However, while Jackie might have felt this on the inside, his behavior told a different story. He would later admit that the money and success quickly got to his head. He went from dumpster diving for food to being a multi-millionaire in his 20s. On top of that, his stunts were extremely risky. He and his team felt like they could die at any moment, causing Jackie to live recklessly. He said, "All day I'd drink and drive. In the morning bashing a Porsche, in the evening bashing a Mercedes. Every day I was in this dizzied state. On top of risking his life on and off screen, he was spending money faster than he was making it. He and the JC stunt crew would walk around with duffel bags full of cash and spend it recklessly. I wanted to go and buy everything I'd ever wanted in the space of a week. Is this the most expensive? With the most gemstones? Okay, I'll take 7 in cash. No need to wrap it up." Now, if Jackie were a single guy, this seems pretty typical for young celebrities with new money. But Jackie had a family now, one that he never took the time to see. Instead, he'd spend nights out at the club, cheating on his wife while JC was home, essentially being raised by a single mom. According to Jackie, sex had also become an escape for him. His favorite was a girl he named Number 9, whom he'd visit whenever he felt the need to escape. Every night, Number 9 and I would squeeze into her dingy little cubicle, the low ceiling right above us. There were times when I noticed people were trying to peep through the cracks in the door at us, yet this little cubicle seemed like paradise to me. So when did Jackie make time for his son JC? Well, Jackie said when he was a kid, he could only see me around 2 a.m. And sadly, it might have been a good thing that Jackie spent so much time away from JC when he was very young, because he seemed to resent his family, and things spiraled out of control when Jackie physically punished JC when he was just a toddler. I picked him up with one hand and flung him across the room, and he crashed into the sofa. With the amount of force I used, if he'd hit the back of the armrests, it could have been quite serious. After nearly killing and or paralyzing his child, Jackie took a step back and promised to never lay a hand on his son again. In his memoir titled Never Grow Up, Jackie admitted that his early years as a father were a deep regret. However, he also seemed to believe that he still did his job as the patriarch of the family. I've said in interviews that I've done well by a lot of people, but not my own family, that I haven't been a good father or a good husband, but I did my duty to my son and his mother. While many people in Western society would disagree with this, Jackie's view on fatherhood came from a different place at a different time. Plus, he seemed to be suffering from generational trauma he experienced from his own father. Jackie Chan's childhood is probably more brutal than any other Hollywood star, starting from the very moment he was born. His parents actually considered selling him, believing it would be best for both their bank account and Jackie's future.
When my parents cannot pay the money for the hospital.
She just held you in?
No, he want to sell it to the British doctor for $250.
They were going to sell you the baby?
Yeah.
With very little money, Jackie's family found themselves living in a small slum in Hong Kong, where Jackie got in a lot of fights outside of school. Noticing that Jackie was actually winning most of these fights, his dad sent him to a drama academy to learn martial arts and harness his strengths in a productive way. But for some reason, they let a child pick the number of years he'd be enrolled. Later, Jackie would admit that this was a critical mistake.
I see so many weapons, knife, stick. Oh, I can play around. I'm so happy. They said, we have a 3 year, 5 year, 7 year, 10 years. I said, 10 year, 10 year, 10 year. After I signed the contract, 1 week later, I cried like a hell. Then I remember 10 years is how long.
And while the academy taught Jackie acrobatics, singing, dancing, and martial arts, this was more like military school that limited parental involvement as much as possible. When you take a look at some of the rules of the program, it honestly sounds like jail. If the China Drama Academy sees high potential in a student and sends him on tour, the parents are not allowed to object. If parents interfere with the tour life, a fine is to be expected. Parents must adhere to visiting rules. It is up to the school whether parents can visit their child or take them with them for a short while. If a student behaves in a naughty manner, the school must punish them. However, the school is only allowed to do so if the parents voluntarily consent. Voluntary parental consent is enforced by the school. In the event of illness, accident, or even death of a student, the parents do not receive any compensation. Unfortunately for Jackie, his parents did consent to all forms of discipline. He was constantly struck in the head, even if he wasn't doing anything wrong. If he were injured or struggling, his strength would still be tested.
First is a run. Run without bouncing, with 2 cups full of water. And if you drop the water, a teacher is going to whip you. Then after that, upside down, handstand, 1 hour.
1 hour on your handstand?
Yeah,
Doing a handstand.
1 hour.
Now, was that fun or was it just horrible?
Horrible!
And even though Jackie describes this part of his life as hell on earth, he uses it to judge his own son because he sees JC as an example of bad Western discipline.
My teacher, so tough. The team, we so disciplined that I can go home, put my shoes like this. I take off my clothes, I can fold it. Even in the hotel, I mess something, I will clean it up. My son, okay? I never see the shoes put like this. One on the floor, one in the dining room. Wearing the white shoes, running around. Because he don't wash his own shoes. Socks.
You give him a shot?
No, I can't. No? He sue me. When I see the old people like this, we get up, we bow. My son, like this. Yeah. After film, 6 months, 9 months, I'm filming. After filming, I go home, I open the door. Hi, there, how are you?
Now in that clip, he was cracking jokes and sounds relatively unserious, but there always seemed to be a little resentment for JC's lack of traditional Chinese responsibility or respect towards him as a father. For much of his life, we weren't together. As a child, he got to see me only in the small hours of the morning. I was always happy to spend time with him, but he seemed so unenthusiastic around me. Jackie doesn't seem to fully understand, or maybe isn't willing to accept, that he could be the reason why JC is the way he is. JC JC never went through an intense 10-year training program in China. He never knew what it was like to be devastatingly poor. He grew up in nice homes in both Hong Kong and California. Most importantly, Jackie was never there. He was too busy with film projects all over the world, and this only got more intense after the success of Rush Hour, a movie where Jackie Chan and his co-star Chris Tucker tracked down the kidnapped daughter of a Chinese diplomat in LA. The film was so successful that it became a trilogy, pulling in more than $500 million in the worldwide box office. Before this, he definitely had a cult following from martial arts lovers, but this officially cemented Jackie as a worldwide sensation and superstar. It also probably didn't help the relationship with his son, that whenever Chan was away from home, he continued to be unfaithful to his wife, Joan Lin. A year after the first Rush Hour movie, it was revealed that Jackie Chan had gotten another woman pregnant with his estranged daughter, Etta. When the news broke about an affair I'd had that resulted in a child, the media frenzy was like a bomb going off. I wanted to phone Joan, but I didn't know what to say. I wouldn't be able to explain this. It wasn't a mistake I could fix by saying I'm sorry. To make matters worse, Jackie never had a real relationship with his daughter. Etta herself has been quoted about Jackie's absence saying, "He is not my dad. I have no feelings for him. He is my biological father, but he is not in my life." Jackie often refuses to acknowledge that he even has another child. He just refers to the whole incident as a horrible mistake. But it just proves even further that Jackie has a hard time understanding fatherhood. It was like those 10 years of intense drama school made him the perfect soldier for Hollywood, but completely unequipped to be a normal dad. As for JC Chan, his struggles were just beginning. For most of his life, he only saw his father on screen, so it's no surprise he grew up wanting to be a famous entertainer just like his dad. But JC adopted all the traits of your typical Nepo baby. He felt like he could do whatever he wanted and still be successful due to his last name. And by the time Jackie seriously stepped in to help him, it would be too late. In 2002, JC tried to attend college in Virginia and respect his parents' wishes, but he barely attended class because he was bored. "I wanted to be a musician. All you can see in Virginia is sheep." JC dropped out and flew to Hong Kong to explore a career in music. He even rejected his dual citizenship that allowed him to travel freely in the US. However, this new music career in Hong Kong wasn't possible without being two things at once. As JC put it, Hong Kong is different from other places. You need to do music and movies. To start his career, JC accepted a role in the film The Twins Effect 2. He starred as a young man on a quest to claim his throne, and Jackie Chan even had a cameo in this film. But from the very start, JC was hesitant to star in a film. He didn't seem to understand how the industry worked, and he didn't seem to care if the movie was a success or failure. JC said, "At first, when they sent me the script, I said, 'What the hell is this? I don't read scripts. Hell no, I'm not doing this movie.' Then someone explained the story to me, and I thought it was a challenge. I used to have long hair, and they told me they would have to cut it. I said, okay. I thought it was just going to be a little, not a friggin' 2 or 3 inches. I didn't know because I didn't read the script." While his dad did everything he could to learn about production and choreography to get to the next level, JC pretty much thought the process was one big joke. When asked about the movie, JC said, "I looked stupid. There was no purpose for me being in that movie." Regarding his dad's presence, JC told the New York Times, "I'm used to it. My dad has made movies for a long time. Even before I was born, he was already Jackie Chan. I'm lucky to have a dad who's really famous, but people don't really know me for who I am. They just know me as Jackie Chan's son. The hardest part for me is to let people know what I'm really capable of doing on my own," which apparently was not reading the script or acting. JC sounds like your classic out-of-touch Nepo baby here. He doesn't want to live in the shadow of his father's fame and success, but he's putting in absolutely no effort to actually escape it. If JC really wanted to make a name for himself, it's strange that he chose to move to Hong Kong, where Jackie Chan was arguably more popular than he was in America. He could have gone to Sydney, Australia, the UK, or even stayed in the USA, where they have massive arts programs. Instead, JC chose to live in Jackie's compound away from the city. It was this massive temple praising Jackie Chan's achievements, allowing JC to live in luxury without having to struggle at all. I mean, imagine living in your father's mansion and waking up being reminded of all of his success, and then you somehow wonder why you're not being taken seriously as an individual. In that same year, JC finally got the chance to release his first album, JC. Unfortunately, the album performed so poorly.
This is a problem with the baby boomers, I feel like. They see a room full of people and they're all kind of they're meritocratous. I don't think that's a word. Is meritocratous a word? Meritocratus? Meritorious? Yeah, they're meritorious. I'm sorry, meritorious. It's like meritorious. They're meritorious towards one person, and they put far too much stress and pressure on one person. Consult Kurt Cobain, consult Jackie Chan, consult fucking Macaulay Culkin, consult it's just crazy. They put far too much interest. They see, oh, we've got a hit. It's got to be you. It's got to be you. You got to do this. You got to do that. And like they don't care if you're pregnant. They don't care if you're old. They don't care if you're young. They don't care what's going on. They just, they trot your corpse out there and they try to make money off you in whatever your typecast role is. And they aren't particularly good at art. They're middlemen, so they don't really know the art factor of it or something that stands out. They're only trying to sell a product, so it's like, they see Jackie Chan and everybody else around him is just essentially an afterthought because he was the one who made them $1 billion. They don't care about Jackie Chan's family.
Actually difficult to find it online. When it comes to the few reviews you can find about the Dad
that
album,
sort of disregard, it would, like, for somebody who might otherwise be a talented individual or make it in the scene or whatever, might be fine. But I'm actually okay with Jackie Chan's son spending Jackie Chan's money. If Jackie Chan's son were to spend $20 million of Jackie Chan's money, that would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, it's like 1/50th of what Jackie Chan made in his lifetime or something like that. 1/50th. He could give 1/50th to his son. I don't think he probably did that. You want to know why? It's that same old me. I want it, like George Carlin about baby boomers, right? I want it, right? And it's that same thing. Jackie Chan easily could have been like, here's $20 million, son. You'll never have to work again. It's $1 million for every year for the next 20 years. If you spend it, I'll give you 20 more. That still would only be 2/50th of what I made in my lifetime or whatever, right? And the son goes, oh, I don't have to do anything. And it's like, yeah, you do have to do something. You have to take this $20 million that I've left in trust for you until you were 18, and you need to invest it in yourself in a way where you become the greatest man on the planet. I don't expect you to sit around and, do drugs or waste your life away like somebody from the lower class who has no money, who doesn't really have an option about something like that. And, yeah, that's all. It's just weird. It's like 1/50th of Elon's money would solve most of the problems in America. So then I don't really give a shit what Elon wants. I don't give a shit what he does. I don't care if Jackie Chan's son is fucking lazy. You heard all this nasty stuff that these critical people want to say about him, like Nepo baby. And it's like, really? I don't know. And I'm sure Jackie Chan did give his son some money.
Even the positive ones highlight JC's enormous privilege working in Hong Kong. I can't believe that in the beginning he said he doesn't want to get stuff because of his dad, and now he has a contract with a company his dad used to own, and he got the main male character in Twins Effect 2. And even the professional reviewers said that he wasn't as good as the main character. He has an okay voice, but he's getting everything because he's Jackie Chan's son. Ridiculous. Yep. Even in the moments where JC Chan had the ability to tell the world who he was, who is he as an individual, we want to learn about you. We don't want to just see you as Jackie Chan's son. But JC just says nothing. Outside of a few quotes from the press, we barely hear from him at all. There are only a few rare interviews, like how he went on a station called Razor Pop to talk about his music, but when he was asked about his goals for the future, he seemed to be severely lacking direction and motivation.
My music career?
Yeah, your aspirations for your music career. Is there any goals or aims that you want to reach?
I just want to
enjoy yourself?
Yeah, and enjoy myself and give myself a tiny little bit challenge and also them.
Okay.
And we could do a good enjoyable album, and hopefully people can enjoy it too.
There seemed to be a pattern that fans started to notice that JC just couldn't see on his own. Jackie Chan might not have been around to guide him, but his influence could be felt everywhere.
Who am I?
Or
His dad was a cornball.
Because of his father's name. However, even with constant opportunities thrown at him, JC continued to lack ambition and underperformed in every movie where he was the star, which resulted in his films getting low ratings like Too Young, McDull, The Alumni, and The Drummer. According to JC, the only way directors could make him emotional was by talking about his family and living at home. JC said, "We were about to shoot a scene in which I was supposed to cry. Well, I can't really cry. So he sort of found a way out of the blue to touch me, and my tears just came running down. I was very nervous on the set."
He's like, I can't really cry.
Trying to get myself crying, and all of a sudden he just came up to me and said something like, "Your mom's at home. Just work a few more days and you'll be home soon. Make your mom proud." My tears just freaking flew down. It was really good. He knew I really want to make my mom and dad proud. That's one of my lifetime goals. As you can see, JC doesn't
I don't care about that. When I got busted when I was 17, I told them I didn't want to live with my mother anymore, and because I didn't want to be under the fucking yoke of anybody anymore. I just was like that by the age of 16. And by the age of 17, I caught my first deferred adjudicated felony. And to get away from her, I was like, oh no, after I did this, after I got busted for a high-speed chase and possession of ecstasy, I don't want to go back with her. I don't want to go back and fight with her every single day for months on end. I don't want to go back and fight with her. I don't. And I was just like, take me away. And she thought that she took this so badly. She, on her deathbed, she's going to remind me of it. I guarantee it. She'll never forget it. She'll be like, remember that time that you told him to take you away from me and that I was abusive? And I was like, I never said you were abusive. I just told him I don't want to go home. You know, I don't, and they interpreted that as I don't want to be around you, but I mean, my thing was I didn't want to go home. I didn't want anybody controlling me. I was a lead singer in a band. I had a beautiful girlfriend. I was not living at home. If I was there, I was unhappy. It was because I was young and they were just making me be back there. And I was a latchkey kid, kind of. I grew up with a single parent. She worked full-time my entire life. She's the hardest working person I've ever met. I have a high opinion of my mother, but she had only one way to interpret what I told them. But see, this is the thing. And this is still true. I tried to explain it to her recently, too. I will say or do anything. I mean this. I will say or do anything to let me get my freedom and autonomy to do whatever the fuck I want. And it sucks, and I'll do anything. I don't care. I'll throw the keys in your face, and I'll be like, I don't want the gift or whatever. It's insane if it means that freedom is taken from me. It's fucking weird, but it's like freedom was a thing for me. And by the age of 17, I wanted my freedom, and I would have done anything, including ask for, you know, like you know, what do they call that? When they separate you from your parents, you know, I wanted to ask them for, you know, when you age out early. I forget the name of that, but there's a thing in the courts you can do where you tell them that you want to be appointed your own parent, essentially. I wanted to take it that far. This had nothing to do with my mother being a good person. My mother was a good person, and she, like, you know, really raised me well. But I just have my own ideas of, I mean, I'm one of those people, I didn't have a lot of bad influence. I was my own bad influence. They call people like me bad eggs, black sheep or whatever, and I will do anything. I will sell out anybody, my own family, I don't care, if it means having freedom of being myself and not having to do what other people tell me to do. I can't be told what to do. And after a while, it felt like I had to go to high school. I didn't even want to do that. I had to listen to every time that she yelled at me. I was constantly stoned. She would just yell at me about that. I was, you know, completely out of it, but also totally there. I was sneaking out at night and robbing game stores and stuff like that, totally outside of her knowledge. completely outside of it still. I still don't believe she knows that. I could tell her that and she wouldn't be surprised. But she still doesn't know what I did when I was like 15, and I would prefer if it stayed that way. Because it's just another example of how at the age of 15 I was committing I guess you could call it armed robbery if you call a crowbar an armed robbery. I carried the crowbar like a weapon, figuring I might have to use it. But no, I just broke into a game store when I was 15 years old. I went back and did other crazy stuff like that in my lifetime, all throughout my life. This was stuff I was going to do, and I didn't want her around for it. I used to be honest with her, and she'd be like, you don't like me. You don't think I'm a good mother. And I'm like, I do. I think you're the best mother. I still think all my friends are jealous of me, of my mother, and you are a good mother. That's never been what the question is. And she's like, but you told them to take you away. You don't love me or whatever. And she's never been able to understand it. I will say or do or torch any fucking bridge. I will say or do anything, and I will torch any fucking bridge, even my best friends. It doesn't matter what the fuck it is. If I feel that it's taking me away from what I want to do at any given time, or be myself or whatever, myself involved, call it narcissism, but I don't think it's really like that. It's more that I didn't have a nice life like them. I mean, I did, but I didn't, though. I didn't. I was blessed and I was taken care of very well, my whole life. But my life, it wasn't that good. And the resentment built to the point where I was like, I still feel this way too, to this day. Anytime I take control of the wheel and I just steer for myself, things don't get better, but I get happier, And after a while, I just was able to say to their face, around the age of like 34, I would look my mother in the face, or I would look my family or friends in the face, and I'd be like, I just don't want anybody telling me what to do. I would say nasty, nasty things to her. Like, I would laugh at her, like pretty hard too. I would like, just right in her fucking face, just laugh at her. She's like, why are you laughing at me? We're having a fight. I'd be like, I just think it's so cute how you still think after all these years that I give a flying fuck what you think about what I do. About the drugs I do, the people I'm with, the friends I have, the places I've been, the things I've done. I've never cared what some other human being thought about who I am or what I've done. And you think I should feel shame all the time, and all I feel is you yelling at me with some negative tone that makes me feel like I'm being fucking judged, and judged all my life at that. Just like probably how Jackie Chan's son feels. And I can relate. All of her friends, they completely usually ignore me because she's got the power symbolatry in her whole world. And she's the strong one in her whole world or whatever. I'm the strong one in my whole world. There's only one other person in my whole community who's got more social stature and more strength and more power and more people and more respect than I do, which is my best friend. Well, my two best friends, really. But I mean, I sit number 3, and I don't use any of it. I don't use any of it because it wasn't something I ever needed in the first fucking place. I like having friends, and I like having social circles, and I like being super party, and I like having friends at my parties, and I like being super social and stuff. But am I normal? No. The high-speed chase thing didn't surprise me at all. And like the breaking into the game store thing, or the fucking getting busted and getting the guardian ad litem appointed thing. My mom thought it was some attack against her. No, it's just me trying to full blown, if I have to, take a knife to the ropes of familial duty, friendship, family, situations, you know, like interactions, almost everything, if I don't want it. I do my life at my own a wizard arrives precisely as he means to. Like that came out on the Lord of the Rings movie, and it didn't help my friends or I, because when we finally heard that, we were like, wait, a wizard arrives precisely when he means to? And all of my friends took this to heart. All of my friends were immediately like we're spouting it to anybody who cared to listen. A wizard arrives precisely when he means to, you know. And then it was like, not all who wander are lost, you know. And I began to understand that all the crazy things I had done were these experiences that did shape my personality and turn me into who I was, and I wouldn't be who I was if I hadn't done them. And a lot of them were bad things, you know. But did I live up to my mother? No, I never even made 1/10 of the money my mother made or makes. I don't care. I don't care about her world of fame and the names of celebrities' kids and stuff. I don't care about meritocracy or Jackie Chan or how successful he is or his family life or his wife or the fact that he cheats or any of that stupid ass shit. I just don't care. I'm so busy living my video game drugged out music life, like actually being who I am, you know, just actually doing it. I couldn't give a flying fuck what my mom thought about what I did when I was 17. I couldn't care what God thought. I don't care what my best friends thought. You know, imagine you're 15 years old, you're going to high school, you're a sophomore. The worst concern your friends have is, I got to go to gym at 8 in the morning, and we stayed up till 3:30 in the morning playing GoldenEye or something on Sunday night at Justin's house. And like, my concern is, boy, I hope they didn't run my fucking prints off the ecstasy bust for off my prints for the game store robbery. I wish I was kidding. My friends all knew. But I just didn't give a flying fuck about normal stuff like jobs, school, homework. Just couldn't be fucking fucked with it. I still can't be fucked with money. I don't care about money. I don't care about schedules. I don't care about holidays. You know, Everything Means Nothing to Me is almost my favorite song by Elliott Smith, right? Fucking, like, I'll sing the song. I don't need to rob DMCA or whatever the fuck, right? Like, this is an excellent song by Elliott Smith. This is my favorite Elliott Smith song. Everything Means Nothing to Me. It's not my favorite, but it's my top 5 definitely. And it's like, someone found the future as a statue in a fountain, at attention, looking backward in a pool of water, wishes with a blue songbird on his shoulder who keeps singing over everything. Everything means nothing to me. And you understand what he's saying? He's like, someone found the future as a statue in a fountain, at attention, looking backward in a pool of water. He's talking about a beautiful, beautiful scene with like a pool of water and a statue in a fountain and pure beauty and stuff. Wishes with a blue songbird like lands on the fountain, and there's like sunshine, and in the blue songbird sings and all this stuff, and the songbird's singing all over the scene, and it's tweeting its happy little Disney song and stuff. And that's the beauty, right? Since I was young, everything means nothing to me, you know? Everything. Your money, your fucking politics, you know, 9/11 is all I expect from you. From 9/11 is all I expect from, you know, like, you know, nobody can understand Hassan saying that Americans deserve 9/11, but I'll say the same thing and try to get canceled of like, just, and I'm not even in the motherfucker's orbit, right? Like, I actually do agree. America deserved 9/11 for letting the CIA run fucking rampant all over our fucking government. And in the military industrial complex, squelching our government for fucking 50 years or something since JFK. And like, you know, and so that's what I expect from my government is 9/11s, and I'm surprised when they don't. And it's been Afghanistan's, and it's been COVID's, and I'm surprised when it isn't. You know, and that's weird because it's like, you know, so you can show me the most beautiful picture of Cloud Candy riding naked on a clam, and I can see it right the fuck now. I've seen Cloud Candy naked. And, you know, I can see Cloud Candy riding on a clam right the fuck now in my beautiful dreams, you know, in my fucking dreams. But in reality, everything means nothing to me because the baby boomers and their fucking poverty and their war and their problems and never passing the baton, all the wars and the problems, the assassination of all of my heroes, the drug addictions of all my heroes leading to overdose, all the stuff that was dealt with nothing but fear, shame, and guilt, dealt with shame. Like that, okay, like, so instead of treating a junkie with compassion or love, we shame them. And I think even calling them a junkie is considered to be shaming them now. But I mean, like, I'm sorry, if you are addicted to junk, you're a fucking junkie. It's a simple thing. I dealt with it when I was a junkie. You know, I know what people were thinking when they looked at me. I'm not a fucking idiot. I picked up the song after my little thing about like everything means nothing to me, right? I picked up the song and I found my picture in the paper, which is fucking crazy. You would think I would be happy about that. The reflection in the water, you would think I would be happy about anything at all. And then the reflection in the water, in the pool of water, in the statue in the fountain with the blue songbird on the person standing at the fountain, right? It's a girl standing at a fountain and there's a blue songbird making wishes and singing to her in front of the beautiful fountain. And so I picked up the song and found my picture in the paper and stuff. You would think I would take joy in that, but I don't. The reflection in the water showed an Iron Man still trying to salute people from a time when he was everything he was supposed to be. And like, you know, and no matter how, like, and this is Elliot's way of saying, like, no matter how high you might fly, no matter how high you might soar, everything still means nothing to you because the world is nothing but war. The woman that you love was threatened and or raped and or taken away. The people that you know are estranged because attrition and entropy and years of disuse of friendships has just fucking crumbled all the friendships. The walls on which the prophets wrote are cracking and you can at the seams and you can fucking see it, and it's like some kind of King Crimson song that I sing to myself in times of solace rather than feeling love or happiness or joy or solace. And so everything means nothing to me, you know, and I knew it at the age of like 16. I knew it by 16. I was like, everything means nothing to me. It's not just the divorce. It's everything. It's the falling apart of my parents' marriage. It's the falling apart of my parents' friends. It's the falling apart of my mother's company. It's the falling apart of her friends who all worked at the company. It was the falling apart of their children who were all my best friends. It was the falling apart of the schools, traveling from state to state to state, moving like some kind of person kicked out of the fucking mountain home, just crazy, from California to Nebraska to fucking, you know, to Washington to fucking Colorado to New Jersey, all over the fucking place. And eventually you just don't value home anymore. You don't value friends because you've changed so much all throughout your fucking life that it's just another set of friends. I thought this one was special because I kept them for 20 years, but in the end it was just more fucking shit that meant nothing to me. I don't like feeling like this. It just is the actual reality. You couldn't call it depression because I'll sit here and I'll tell you all of this smiling at you as I tell you how happy I am with my life and my home. And honestly, the ties that bind are nice, but honestly, not having them is much nicer. You don't have to worry. I worry about my mother. That's about it. You know, I don't care really. I care about my friends. I care if they live or die. If they ever needed me, I would show up and I'd be like, where do you need the bodies buried? And I mean that. I've taken felony charges for them, and I've done shit like that for them, and I've held secrets for them for years, and done crazy things for my friends and all that. My whole thing is just, you know, when everything means nothing to me, sooner or later you just have to understand that the friendship never meant anything. I guess it means everything to me. I would write poetry and books about my friendships that I kept all of my life that I met when I was very young. I would write Henry Miller fucking Tropic of Capricorn books about my friends. I would take the time to do it. I love them that much if they meant anything to me, but I'm not a sociopath. I feel more emotion than most people do. I just don't have that attachment. I have that crippling fear of success where I'd rather throw the friendships away. I've seen what happens to somebody who gets elevated above everybody else. It's not good. I've seen what fame does to people and money, what money did to my family. I saw how money tore my family apart right at my grandmother's funeral. And I don't like all this fucking drama and stuff. It's just, remember, it was a life that wasn't really worth living, with a lot of suicide and a lot of problems and drug addictions and death, and all my heroes are dead, poverty and problems, trying to drag myself up by my bootstraps out of the lower class for like 27 years now, something like that. And I'm just saying, I don't think anybody else's plans, anybody else's judgment, anybody else's guidance, anybody else's presence was required. I was going to do this fucking battle by myself. My own counsel will I keep, who gets to be a Jedi on my fucking world. It's the worst sort of meritocracy that I complain about. It's the worst sort of entitlement that I hate about the baby boomers. They've cursed me with it. I believe in it more than they do. I believe I have it. I believe I walk on water. I don't envy fucking Moses. I don't care about Moses. I don't care if he lived or fucking died. I don't care about the heresy. Give me 9-inch nails, bitch. I don't care about what you think about that. I don't. But I believe I've walked on water so many fucking times in so many different ways in my life that I don't fucking envy Moses. I think most of the rest of humanity does. I don't envy Moses. I've been done a catalyst all my fucking living life for my parents, my friends, their friends, everybody's fucking stupid. Be that catalyst. That was my name for 20 years, Catalysta. And I don't know. Now, I like when you come to grips with, the reflection in the water showed an Iron Man still trying to salute people from a time when he was everything he was supposed to be, which was a long time ago for me now, since I was 27 in my first suicide attempt. And everything means nothing to me. I came back from the suicide attempt and I woke up and my best friend's mother, my mother's best friend was sitting there at the hospital, and she was like looking at me from the table. And she had her hands on the table and she was like, you should have died. And I was like, this is like a movie. And she was like, this isn't a joke. And I was like, this isn't meant to be a fucking joke. I shouldn't be here. And she was like, yes, you should. We fucking worked hard on you to save your life. And I was like, I shouldn't be here. And it sucked. And she was like, oh, you got to fix this. And I was like, I promise I will. It's obvious what I thought would work isn't going to work. Fucking annoying. So then at the end of it, you're like, everything means nothing to me until the end. And an airless cell built by myself, 4 walls and essentially just waiting for the inevitable. And, you can wax intellectual about this or be poetic or whatever, but it's still, it's just like this thing that you can't, it's this unhappiness that you can't define as depression because you're not unhappy. It's this dysphoria that you can't define as dysphoria because you feel joy all the time on video games and drugs and liquor and sex and music and all types of stuff. I feel joy all the time. You guys see me do it all the fucking time, but I take no joy in anything. And so my mother, if she ever asks me, and she barely ever asks me because she knows the answer is going to be so bad that it just wrecks us. But when she does ask me, she's like, what's wrong? I say, dysphoria. And she's like, what's that? She can't remember. And I'm like, dysphoria is easy. It's when you can't feel joy in anything. It's usually something that happens when you reach the highest heights and you can't ever reach that highest height ever again, which is something that I feel like I did. I feel like the greatest thing I've ever felt in my life was getting extremely high for like 2 or 3 days on methamphetamine, gooning, jacking off to lesbian porn for, 13 hours or something like that, blowing your fucking load, and it's like experiencing nirvana because it's this mixture of, it's basically, I would say I'm kind of like a voyeur, strokey chokey guy. What's that shit called? It's autoerotic asphyxiation, because I will keep my brain up for 2 or 3 days on methamphetamine. I will listen to the best music I've ever heard of before. I will stay up till my brain's fried and scrambled on methamphetamine, bowl after bowl after bowl after bowl. And then I'll jack off for like 13 fucking hours, sometimes with a girl. I'll take a girl with me sometimes. I've done this with girls quite a lot, actually, because it's something that I did compulsively when I had true freedom. Now, that's so insane. Jacking off for 13 hours on methamphetamine while you, like, even with a girl. I used to do that with people. I used to do that with girls quite a lot, actually. It'd be like, let's go party and play, like in the true sense of the word, or sense of the phrase. We're actually going to party and play for like 15 hours here, and like we're just going to have some fun. It's going to be crazy. And I used to actually kind of do stuff like that. I am gonzo and nuts, And now that I've reached that high, that orgasm is, as the girl like comes and squirts and you fucking spray all over the fucking room, and you hit the high, and 3 days have passed, you're too crazy and too high to fuck anymore, and you just blow the craziest load of your fucking life, and you've been up for 3 days, and the girl squirts too. It's insane. And like fucking, and that's when you have like a full body orgasm. That's the highest high I've ever been. I know what it is, and I think about it all the time. And so anything else just doesn't really add up. Video games don't add up to it. Sex doesn't add up to it. It was sex and drugs at the same time, but it was all of it. It's sleep deprivation, craziness, a beautiful woman, sex, porn, methamphetamine, deprivation, sleep deprivation, food deprivation. Ton of different gonzo elements there, probably 17, 18 different elements all adding to that one single orgasm. But once you've had that, and it is your fucking brain cells frying, make no mistake, is probably 17, 18 million of your fucking brain cells frying. I used to do it every night for years on end, And once you've reached that, you just don't really take joy in anything else. And you can tell strangers this story because they don't judge you. But you can't tell your friends or your family that story. They're going to hate you. They're going to feel fear and loathing and a bit of, disgust and despair when you tell them stories like that. But I mean, like, but now that I've had that, I know that money won't bring that to me. Girls can help with it, but they can't bring it to me. They can't bring it to me on some platter. They can't do it. The drugs can't bring it to me. It's a combination of drugs and other things. It's also youth that I don't have anymore. It's things that I can't get anymore. They don't make methamphetamine anymore, so you can't get it anymore. It's insane. Things that don't exist anymore, like pixie dust, your magic pixie dust that I can't get my hands on anymore, and lost my sanity trying. And when you reach that realization that you're never going to be able to reach that again, ever again, and I'm sure meth is part of it too. I'm sure my addiction is all up in that. You just don't feel joy ever the fuck again. You don't care what people think about you. You don't care what you do. You don't care like what other people do. You don't care. And this isn't some curse or some blessing. It's not some good thing or bad thing. It's just dysfunction. It can be the more sober you get, the less dysfunctional you are like that. It can be reversed, but the fact that you'll never be that high ever again, it's just not possible. You'll never even be that young again, kind of thing. You have this problem where you're like, well, all of my dreams have been granted, so many of my dreams were destroyed. You could also call that being burnt out on drugs. It's very simple.
The fame, recognition, and acceptance from the entertainment world. He just wants.
You might think I identify with Jackie Chan more, like being a streamer, that I might want to be this crazy idol. and and have all that money and $100 billion or whatever. Sorry, $1 billion off of his Hollywood career or whatever it is, and $100 billion fucking movie career over 100 movies or something. And is what you made for the whole industry or whatever. Not you, but just, what your product sold for the industry is probably like $100 billion or something like that. It's insane. And I still envy the son more, because the son didn't have to do Jackie Chan. The son probably was a Nepo baby and probably was given a lot of privilege in his life, a lot more than me, I bet. And I don't know, of the two of them, I think his son sounds like more fun. I don't want to be Jackie Chan. And this is something that all meritorious people, they will just be like, well, you just don't aspire to anything. You're just some hikikimora that just doesn't ever try. But no, I did take it to the highest heights. I've been a drug dealer. I've lived Miami Vice. I've hunted police and police have hunted me. I've been with the most beautiful women. I've done the most drugs. I've had the most friends. I've had the most success. I've built 3 successful businesses. I've been the streamer, etc., etc. Did I go to Jackie Chan heights? No, because I don't want that. I think the minute that they declare you successful, you can't be successful at being a fucking visionary anymore. The minute that they say you've been successful, you can't do your dream anymore. That is like you've been canceled. When they say, oh, you've become the most successful kung fu artist of all time, this is what's wrong with the baby boomers. They put way too much pressure on one dude when it should have been like 50. It should have been like 50 dudes that we should all know the name of. But instead, we only know like Jackie Chan and Jet fucking Li. I love those guys or whatever, but it's like fucking weird that we only know like who, like Ip Man or whatever. We know like 3 people out of like, we should know like 50 or something. We should know 50, but we don't. Because the minute that halfway weird non-artist people that don't have any artistic bones in their body get monetization out of art forms, they immediately put all of their money in one fucking it's like they don't diversify. They put all of their all their eggs in one basket, and they try to get 100 fucking Rumble in the Bronxes out of Jackie Chan, but they really should have just been making 50,000 martial arts movies with 50 different stars or whatever that were all as good as him. But instead they just lumped it all on him, and sure, it's lightning the bottle that you can't predict. It's hard, this business or whatever. But also, like, I don't know, like, it's weird. If you were to give me a choice, would you rather be Jackie Chan or Jackie Chan's son? I'm choosing Jackie Chan's son. He's the more envious of the two for me. And that's weird. I guess I'm like that Beck song. I guess I'm just a loser, baby. Soy open bendador or whatever. I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me? Because I know that I think these loser thoughts. I want to get tattooed on my arm. Less is more. Because honestly, the more problems that we have in video games, it's not good. I want less. Less is more. Less problems in video games. Less tragedy in all of our news stories. Less is more sometimes. It actually is. Like what would make America better? Less tragedy in our news cycles, right? So that is a less is more. That is a less is more statement. Like less tragedy, not more. Everybody thinks it's more. Like Donald Trump, quantity. But no, it's actually quality. And honestly, the less you have of something, the more quality it has. So it's just kind of crazy. It's like the less copies of something, the more quality it has. It's kind of crazy. So it's like, this value thing about Jackie Chan being the super successful one. Oh yeah? Well, what about his son? He probably didn't have to worry about his meals for like 30 or 40 years or something like that. He probably didn't have to work if he's a Nepo baby like you say he is or whatever. Which one's enviable? The guy who has to work every day of his fucking life like some kind of martial arts slave? Maintains dual presidency and has to show up every time some American president drops his name or whatever to the fucking White House. No, it's gonna be the son who gets to smoke crack cocaine or whatever it is, or meth or whatever, and fuck around for 15 or 20 years and not have to do anything but just not fuck up the Jackie Chan name any more than Jackie Chan fucked it up. And of the two, who do you think I would be if this was like a murder mystery and we're all like sign in player 2, sign in player 1, and I'm player 3 and they're like, okay, so player 1 chose Jackie Chan. Makes sense. Player 2 chose Jackie Chan in this murder mystery or whatever. You chose Jackie Chan's son. You want to be Jackie Chan's son? Yeah, I'll take Jackie Chan's son. I've seen the burdens of what it costs to be king, and I don't want it. Fuck you. When all of your dreams are when all of your wishes are granted, many of your dreams will be destroyed.
Wants it from his father. At the same time, Jackie Chan was starting to think about how his old-fashioned upbringing later deeply affected his relationship with his own son. And when he worked with Jaden Smith on the remake,
that's a Marilyn Manson quote. I'm fairly sure he was thinking about Veruca's soul from Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory. As she's like, I want more. I want it now. I want it now. I want chocolate now. And as soon as she got the chocolate, what happened?
The Karate Kid.
I don't remember, but I know it's something bad.
Did
she blow up to like the size of a blueberry or whatever? Her worst nightmare, she became fat, right?
Involvement was different than his own.
And it was a silly, weird metaphor for sugar.
I'm really scared that
if you eat too much of it, you get fucking fat, like a big fat blueberry or whatever.
At that time, Jaden not good enough. And after 3 months training, then I go to his house for rehearsal. Then he showed me everything. I just, wow, that's a young kid. I said, look. Behind him. I said,
Karate Kid sucked. How dare you besmirch fucking Daniel-san with that terrible abomination of a fucking movie, Jackie Chan. We didn't need a second Karate Kid. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Your son's
I'm gonna go take a piss and get some ice cream. I'll be right back.
Filming, Jackie saw the discipline Jaden had preparing for the role and how Will Smith appeared to always be in his corner. Jackie saw a kid heading towards success and a father right there behind him. He said, I was too Chinese traditional. You, son, go away. I don't want to help you. You have to help yourself, he said. Jackie went on to say that while filming, he was awed by how supportive Will Smith was. He was helping his son to be in a movie. Every day on the set, I say, why am I so stubborn? I have to help my son. In the following months, Jackie felt it was now time to bring JC under his wing. They completed a movie together called 1911 about the Chinese Revolution. The two stayed close throughout filming, and it felt like Jackie was doing everything he could to make up for lost time. But when the movie was finally released in 2011, it quickly became known as one of the worst films Jackie Chan has ever made. The estimated cost to make this movie was $18 million, but it only made $3.8 million at the worldwide box office, meaning Jackie Chan's father-son movie was one of the biggest flops of all time. But ultimately, the project did appear to bring JC and Jackie closer together. JC even explored action movies as a way to emulate his dad's success, like Double Trouble, where two security guards are forced to work together to track down a legendary Chinese painting that has been stolen by international art thieves. It was basically JC's version of Rush Hour, and while it did not perform well in theaters, it still seemed like a big step in character development. JC looked more open to embracing Jackie's side of the industry. It was like all he needed was more time with his dad to feel comfortable carrying on his father's
or
legacy.
just
But
maybe not have all that
just
pressure.
as it seemed like Jackie finally figured out a positive relationship with his son, it was about to get ruined forever. Around the same time, Jackie Chan became the face of a massive anti-drug campaign in China. JC was about to get caught in a drug bust that landed him in prison. Jackie Chan decided to honor his father by becoming a drug ambassador for China in 2009. When I was 16, my father said he could no longer instruct me because I had already grown up, but he made me promise him 3 things: not to enter the underworld, not to take drugs, and not to gamble. Chan said, I promised him even though I was doing those things at that time. But now that he was older and wiser, Jackie joined campaigns, denounced the sale of narcotics, and made it his mission to promote the protection of children and share the negative ramifications of bringing drugs into businesses and schools. In 2014, China was launching one of the biggest nationwide drug busts in modern history, and in August of that same year, police acted on a tip they received from the public that JC Chan was storing some in his multi-million-dollar estate. When they raided JC's home, they found 100 grams of marijuana.
£100 of marijuana, you fucking idiot. Who has that kind of money? Asshole.
Now, these days, in most of the United States, possession of 100 grams would probably get you a little slap on the wrist. But in China, this is a major offense. And when JC was arrested with a Taiwanese movie star named Kai Ko, they both tested positive for marijuana and were put under criminal detention for 14 days. When the news broke out, Jackie Chan was completely devastated. When I first heard the news, I was absolutely enraged. As a public figure, I feel very ashamed. As his dad, I am very sad and disappointed. Then he addressed his son directly. You've done something wrong and you have to be responsible for the consequences. I'm your dad and I'll always be with you. We will face the road ahead of us together. But the person who feels heartbroken the most is his mom. I hope our younger generation will learn from JC's mistake and stay far away from drug abuse. With Jackie Chan standing as a nationwide drug ambassador, this was a PR nightmare. And sadly, it basically destroyed all of the earlier...
What was with your generation and drugs? You were like, yeah, drugs are bad, drugs are bad.
Progress that Jackie and JC
what was with the baby
had made
boomers
to
and
rekindle
drugs?
their father-son relationship. Jackie was so
Weird
upset
mental
by his
sickness.
son's perceived betrayal that he arguably became more old school than he ever was.
One could argue it's your attitude, Jackie Chan, about drugs that put your son in jail in the first place.
Refusing to assist his son legally in any way. It was even encouraged that his court battle be televised to make an example out of him.
JC Chan, 32, was also ordered to pay 2,000 yuan or approximately $320. Police detained Chan, Taiwanese movie star Ko Kai, and several others in Chang's Beijing apartment in August. According to local news agency, Chan and Ko tested positive for marijuana, and police seized more than 100 grams of marijuana from Chan's home. Maximum sentence for the charge against Chan was 3 years in prison, but the court said it showed leniency in the sentencing because Chan voluntarily confessed.
In total, JC would spend 6
They're like,
months
yeah, we love weed. Why? That's how I feel about it too. They're like, yeah, we love weed. Why? You guys seem to say I should go to jail for that. I think you should go to jail for putting people in jail for weed.
Chinese prison for possession and sheltering drug users in his home. However, JC appeared to take all of this as a learning experience and was never publicly angry towards his dad for not bailing him out. He even kept in contact with Jackie during the 6 months and told him that he was working more than he ever did outside the system. And in a weird way, JC going to prison made Jackie seem the most proud of him that he ever had in his entire life. Jackie even joked that prison might be helpful for everyone. So many rich people, like some of my friends, they take 10 days or a month to go to the mountain to purify. I think sometimes I should set up the jail holiday, force some rich people, even myself, to go to jail. These days, all the people need to do this because they're so busy. After JC was released from prison, Jackie started sharing more about his relationship with his son. He openly admitted that a part of JC's lack of discipline was directly his fault. I'm very ashamed that I haven't been a good role model. I want to start again, but I know that it's the mass media that will decide. He wanted to be more present in JC's life and explain that he wants to help him more.
And also my son, I don't want my father to help me. I want to do myself. I want to show the world, without my father, I can do it myself. And I want to tell the people, I don't want to help my son. I want my son to do it himself. It's wrong. Yeah. Now I change. After this lesson, I change. Whenever he asks me, I will do it. I think first collaboration is the record. He was a producer record for me, probably released end of this year. And right now,
I don't want a record from Jackie Chan's son.
Finished for 7 songs.
Why are you pressing him for that?
Probably there's a one song we sing to each other. Yeah, I probably will call him, backing him to help me to sing the song. Yeah, very good lyric. When he young, I annoy him, annoying him. The song is, he sings some song, when I need love, where are you? Even you go to the wrong school. That's a true story. I said, sorry, I was busy, But now I just something like that. Yeah, I don't think I don't think he will sing the song. I don't think he will sing the song. If he don't want to sing the song, I will find some young kid to help me to sing the song.
for him.
Now, even at the time of JC's drug bust, he was a grown man in his 30s, so it was hard for people to see him as this misguided kid who was neglected by his father. Then again, it's not surprising to see how JC ended up when during his most important developmental years, Jackie wasn't there. He was living the high life, cheating, partying, disappearing for months, and having another child with a random woman. But many people respect Jackie for being honest about his shortcomings as a father. It takes a lot of strength and humility to admit to wronging your children in front of the world. And this sounds messed up to say, but most people would probably admit that enduring the struggles of being Jackie Chan's son is ultimately worth it, because in the end, JC will inherit the hundreds of millions of dollars Jackie was making instead of being a good father to his kid. There's
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's a bad father, because if he leaves him $100 million.
this idea that wealth is the ultimate apology, but that's the tragic
Money does fix all problems or whatever.
irony of this story. Jackie Chan
Money is the moral of the story.
is not giving any of his money to JC when he dies. When they were on a plane when JC was
wow, he will not leave any money to his son. Why do they do this?
young, Jackie said, "You have no money now, so you sit here in economy. You have me as a dad, but other people don't. They have to fight their own battles. When you get to sit in first class because of your own hard work, then that's success." Regarding
what? When you get to sit in first class? Why the fuck would I ever buy a fucking first class ticket? Do you not like the people in the rest of the plane? Like, listen to the fucking entitled boomer.
his net worth of almost $500 million, Jackie said, "If he is capable, he can make his own money. If he is not, then he will just be wasting mine." The father who was not present for the most important years of his son's life won't be present in his future either. Jackie is not giving any of his money to JC, and instead giving all of his money to charity when he dies. It's kind of ironic that Jackie looked at Will Smith as the role model father figure, because many people in America would see him as someone who was responsible for his son's failure. But if you're interested in that story, check out this video.
A big topic in the ESO community over the last several years has been the decline of the player base. A lot of people blame it on different things. A lot of people blame it on, of course, this year's update. When it comes to subclassing, that was a very polarizing update to where some people loved it, some people hated it. But overall, there has been a decline in ESO's player count for several years now. Now, there's a lot of things you could blame for this. Of course, lack of content in the game, less enjoyment of the game, other games being out there, and sadly, this is a thing for all video games. There are so many games competing with each other nowadays, it's hard to keep anyone's attention very long. People have a shorter attention span. Just the entertainment industry in general is competing with gaming. Not just gaming. A lot of people say now that things like YouTube Shorts, Hulu, Netflix, all that competes with gaming because it's competing for your time. No matter what it is, it's competing for your time. So you may not play video games like you used to. But when it comes to just gaming, there's a lot of games out there with your own PC or console that are free to play.
They're still doing those crappy puzzles.
There's new updates for games coming out all the time. So I know a lot of people bounce back and forth between multiple games instead of playing just one game all the time. So that can, of course, kind of be added into all the changes that's happened inside of ESO to make that player number kind of dwindle. A lot of people look at Steam numbers. I don't really ever take Steam numbers in account for any game. I think that's a very small, skewed way to look at gaming in general. Because if you look at ESO, for example, most ESO players will tell you, do not play the game on Steam. It plays better off the ESO launcher. So you don't really have those ESO launcher numbers. You also don't have access to console numbers. So it's hard to tell exactly how many people are playing. But most of us do know if you go into zones, there's less people there than there used to be. A lot of people think that this is kind of just the slow death of Tamriel, that it's just, going to be the end of the game. A lot of people felt like ESO was dying anyway, and everyone was just waiting for the Elder Scrolls 6, which we still really don't have a whole.
I have to face this problem. I go through the top 100, and there's like 5 games that I would play, and none of them are good enough. So there's No Man's Sky dropped down. You can see it just dropped down. It's just not good enough. It wasn't good enough to keep us there. It's the combat or something. Expedition Reduxes or whatever, yeah. I'm playing No Man's Sky. Fallout 76 has dropped down that fucking list. Like 5 days after the expansion, it's down to 10K, and you can see that it's not doing as well as it used to. What's that sound? Oh, that's me. That's somebody shooting rockets or something. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna rest here. So, as I was saying, so I'm facing this problem where when you look at the top 100 games on Steam, there's nothing here that I want to play, and I'm going to list the ones that I'm even willing to play, which is No Man's Sky, Fallout 76. I would play Valheim if it wasn't so low. I don't think they kept me there. I would play Deadlock just because, you know, I want to see it. That's 3. We're already down to 40. We just jumped through 60 games. I would buy Power World, I guess, just to see it. People are playing Power World, but it's dropped down. You can see video games are dying, I think, right now. Red Dead's still in the top 40. You know, I thought about installing Red Dead Online. Because maybe it's a lot better than people said it was. Especially in first person. It doesn't really have base building. I mean, it does, but it's not the same thing. I would play Bannerlord if it wasn't so expensive. And even then, I've tried to play Bannerlord, and I just don't. I don't think it's that good. I just don't think it's that good of a game. And it's 2 milsim. I'm playing Grand Theft Auto 5, so that's the 4th game. What were they? It was Fallout 76, Valheim, No Man's Sky, Grand Theft Auto Enhanced. I'm playing that on Epic. Rust. That's 5 out of the 100. Arc Raiders once in a while I think is okay, but it's been toxic each time I played it now. It's just not the game that I thought it was. And five games out of 100. Now, of course, not all these are genres that I would appreciate, but I mean, like, this is not so good. Can we sort this by Ars Notoria? All these crappy old games that just aren't supported well enough. Yep, I'm playing Once Human. I'm just gonna sit back. I guess I've got a third slot here if I'm burning out on 76 and Rust. I don't know what I can do with that slot. I don't know what I can do with it. I guess I could sit on Rust, I guess. Scum got a dev update. Oh, sorry, that cord is kind of annoying, Kitty. I'm sorry about that. Survival Revival. Astroneer. Dinkum, Icarus. I own Icarus, and we could do Return to Icarus. It's been in some years. I liked Icarus when I first played it, except for the storms. And I think once you get past the stone level...
You look good today, you know? You look fresh.
Survival Revival, 2.5 Survival Update, Astroneer, Dune Awakening, performance fixes and such. I don't know. It's crazy that you're proud of that. You never should have gone live with performance issues in the first place. Am I weird? I know I am. Oh, I like this, but it doesn't need to be this high on the list. I'm not going to come back to it for a while. A lot of these games are going to die right now. Like, it's weird. I need to get back on YouTube and start hunting and find something that will fill my third slot here. Because Grand Theft Auto is good, but I'll burn out on that too. I know I will.
Everything all right? You know what? I like this place. I think it's the cleaning fumes. They just really pow, you know? Later, boss.
Now, I wanted to do a car wash, yeah. And then, yeah, car wash. Gaming got dry.
We got a client needing a wash. Told them the owner would collect and drop off the car personally and in spotless condition. I just love hearing him smile, you know?
It's weird that Eve gets to dictate all the stuff that I look at. It's weird, like...
Hello, my fellow erased browsing history. I'm Mr. Church, and this is Burning Springs, the new region that's going to be added to the map in Fallout 76 in the update that's coming in December. Now, this is an exciting update, and not only is it adding this massive region to the map, but it's also adding 20 new locations, including a new workshop, which has never been added before, and also a new quest line, which we'll come back to, and also new public events, several. The land itself is really cool. It's very nostalgic and reminiscent of New Vegas, so for those who have played that, I think you'll really enjoy the vibe. So if you saw the title of the video, you're probably wondering to yourself, what's the issue? Sounds pretty good. It sounds pretty exciting for both people who like quests, exploring, but also people who like building as well. And I'll tell you what the issue is. Remember when I said that this was the new map region? I wasn't being totally honest with you at that point. This is the new map region. All that spot that you see in red is out of bounds.
Yeah.
That is not new map. That is, you can't go in that spot. Your character cannot go there at all. So as you can see, all along the river, you won't be able to go to or build your camp at, and also you can't travel into the new region except for in that tiny little area by the bridge. And this is pretty stupid in my opinion. I think I know why the reason for that is, but I think that this is not the solution. In June, they gave us the Gone Fission update, which allowed us to fish in waters of Appalachia. And in September, they totally revamped the building system, allowing for much more really cool building and way easier as well. And so one would think that unlocking all this area along this massive river where we could finally build would be super exciting and a really good way to incorporate those previous updates into this coming one. But instead, we will not be able to build there just like we never have been, and I think that's a huge miss, and it's not the only issue. So, as far as I can tell, the only reason why they're blocking all entrance to the new region except for this tiny little area is so that they can force you to start the quest line. And I don't mean force you to start the quest line. What I mean is they can bring you to the place where you need to start the quest line, and you're kind of funneled in that way. So in previous updates, when they've added quest lines, there's been like a radio broadcast, so you just had to go into that general region, and it would automatically trigger the quest. You tune into some distress signal or something like that. So I appreciate them moving away from doing the same thing over and over again and not having a radio distress signal trigger this quest line. But to force people in through this area as the solution for that feels like bad game design. Because what you're doing is you're limiting the entire map area for a quest that people are going to do maybe once, maybe twice, and then after that their characters are going to be forever locked in these bubbles where they can't travel back and forth between this region and the next. Now when they added Skyline Valley, they had the opposite issue where they had this circular road that doesn't connect to any road at all. And now that if you didn't know this before, you'll never appreciate this road again because it doesn't lead anywhere and nothing travels into it. So with this update, we do have a road, one road, that goes into Burning Springs. And I think that it's kind of insulting to our intelligence to assume that if we want to experience the new region linearly and assume that there's a new quest line that goes with it, that we wouldn't travel across the one way into the new region, right? If you're gonna go across the water and go in that way, obviously you're probably not interested in finding the new quest line because I would assume that they would put it right at the beginning where you enter Burning Springs, and there's a clear place where they want you to enter. So anyone that's interested in doing the quest line would clearly know, oh, there's the one road in, I'll go there and see if there's anything there. Now, I think that it's also something that's worth mentioning that this bridge that's been rebuilt to travel into Ohio is actually of historical importance. This bridge actually was a real bridge in real life, and it collapsed. I believe it was in the 60s, and I think it was in the 70s there was someone who wrote a book about it, and he blamed the Mothman, okay? And that's why the cultists live in Point Pleasant, okay? And they're the ones that rebuild the bridge. So anyone that plays the game now, everyone's gonna know that the bridge is being rebuilt, and that's where you're gonna cross to go into the new region. And so it just feels like kind of weird to like force us and funnel us into that linear path. This is an MMO. This is a game that's a free roam game. You can explore and you can go everywhere you want to, and so it just really it removes that feeling from the game to have this blocked off the way that it is. For what I can only assume that it's just for that reason alone. I can't think of any other reason why they would do this. And as you can see from the picture that I showed, cutting out this all this area would actually, like, it halves the amount of new map that we would otherwise have. So we're losing out on a lot of real estate where we could be building our camps. And I mean like good spots too, like all along this river would be so cool to build in. The Gone Fission update, they give us so many like water things were in the item shop that were being sold that we can only place in water. There's boats that have to go in water. So being able to build along this river would actually be a massive thing because we only have like a couple of big bodies of water in the game. So you would think they would encourage building on the water if they're trying to sell us stuff that can only be placed in the water. But instead, you can't even get your camp near it because they have this massive, huge wall. And I don't know why it's this big. I don't know why it needs to be that fat, why all this area is cut out. They could do another update and add more map that would double the amount of map they're adding with this one because of how much space they left behind. I don't like being forced through a funnel, and I don't like that we can't go across the river. I don't like that we can't build along the river. I don't like that there's all this empty space that we can't go to that could be a good spot to build a camp. Something I was also noticing is there's a lot of locations in Burning Springs where you can't build your camp, and there doesn't seem to be any reason why. Like, there's an empty wooden bridge. Why can't I build on this? There's no location here, there's no nothing. It's very empty, and it doesn't seem to
I finished that quest line so quick, and the only reason it took so long is it glitched out for 3 days, or it would have been like a day. It was a day's worth of content. They said this would be the biggest expansion since the was it Wastelanders, and that's just not true. Even I think I'm fairly sure Skyline is bigger than fucking Ohio is. I don't know. Hi, kitty. How you doing? I've had bad success with these games, but I think I'll keep Eco just because I wanted to support what they were trying to do. Was it $20? I think it was like $20, yeah. Oh yeah, I bought Star Ocean.
have any reason. It just feels very automatic. Someone built the thing and they automatically thought, oh, better block people from building here, but for no reason. So that's really frustrating as well for those of us who are interested in camp building, because one of the most fun things about this game and the camp building in this game that makes it unique is being able to use existing structures in our builds, and with the new building revamp, that's become a much more a viable thing that we can do. So it doesn't feel like the map design had building in mind, and it doesn't feel like it had MMO players in mind, and it definitely doesn't feel like it had veteran players in mind who will have only this quest to do. They'll get it done in probably an hour or two, and then after that, for the rest of the time they play on that character, they are blocked from crossing the river, building on the river, and all this extra land because the one time they needed to know that they had to funnel through the path into Burning Springs. So it doesn't seem like good game design, and it feels very limiting, and it also doesn't serve the purpose that it's built for. I mean, I'm assuming this is why it is, because I can't think of any other reason why they would push us through that funnel. So I mentioned before that there's a new workshop in the new region. Workshops will be something that will have events that trigger at them, defend events, and anyone in any part of the map can fast travel to the event and do it. Even more notable than that is there's going to be multiple new public events that are going to be happening in the Burning Springs area. These are places that are free to fast travel to, and anyone on the map can go to that fast travel point. Anyone can fast travel to a camp or a best build that's in Burning Springs. Anyone can fast travel to a teammate that's in Burning Springs. You can still go to Burning Springs without being funneled through that bridge. So it doesn't actually even do the thing it's supposed to do, which is force you to encounter Burning Springs linearly through that funneled opening in the massive wall that they put down. So a lot of new players, I'm assuming that's what it's going to, like, this is a thing that feels very aimed at new players, which I'm assuming they're thinking they'll get a lot of new players with the new season of the Fallout show. And so they're trying to probably make it easy for them to find the quest line. I think it's a very bad idea to structure an entire map expansion around players that are joining the game because of hype and will probably not stick around for very long, instead of catering to the people that have been playing for 7 years. But that's maybe just my opinion, and I really think this is something that they should rethink, because I don't think that it's a thing that you are forced to have to do. I think that there's other ways that you could get people